never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Washington State Attorney General Nick Brown says the state will continue to challenge Trump administration policies they believe violate the Constitution.
The President of the United States and his administration has failed to follow the Constitution, has failed to follow laws passed by Congress, and we cannot let that stand.
Washington is leading lawsuits on transgender health care and birthright citizenship. Brown says they're fighting to protect Washington laws and the values of Washingtonians. The Russian government says Ukraine will be involved in peace talks to end the war between the two nations, but there will be a separate line of communication between the U.S. and Russia.
This is a very interesting situation, but the Ukraine war has to end.
A spokesman for the Kremlin said it could take a few months to set up a meeting between Trump and Putin. It's been suggested that a return to the country's pre-war borders is unlikely. Kash Patel is one step closer to becoming FBI director. Before a vote to send his nomination to the Senate floor, Judiciary Committee Chair Chuck Grassley criticized Democrats for going after Patel.
They show that Mr. Patel won't receive fair consideration from the opposition, and they're directed at a nominee who served his country during both Democratic and Republican administrations.
The committee voted 12-10 in favor of sending Patel's nomination to the Senate floor. This comes after committee members like Illinois Democrat Dick Durbin accused Patel of personally directing the ongoing firings of FBI agents. Honda and Nissan are calling off their plans to team up.
Both automakers announced Thursday that their proposed multi-billion-dollar merger is not happening, pointing at ongoing discussions regarding business structure. The companies also highlighted the auto market changing rapidly as another reason for the deal being scrapped. Instead, Honda and Nissan said they'll still work together on the intelligence of electrified vehicles. The proposed merger was announced back in December. I'm Matt Mattinson.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Plastic straws will remain banned in New York and New Jersey despite President Trump's executive order to bring them back.
Trump signed the executive order earlier this week to reverse a Biden-era plan to phase out plastic straws, claiming the paper ones don't work and quickly fall apart. Trump's order, which could go into effect within 45 days, applies to the federal government's food service operations. Kristen Marks.
The CDC reports that preliminary data shows that flu deaths are outpacing COVID-19 deaths in 22 states for the first time since the start of the pandemic.
With 1.7% of all U.S. deaths attributed to the flu, compared with 1.5% of all deaths attributed to COVID. The gap between flu and COVID deaths is widest in Washington, Oregon, California, Wyoming, and Hawaii, where there's been a doubling of the numbers. The CDC also says that more than 3 times as many people are being hospitalized for the flu over COVID. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Ozempic, the popular diabetes and weight loss drug, reduces alcohol cravings and liquor consumption.
That's what the first clinical trial involving GLP-1 drugs is showing, according to research published in the journal JAMA Psychiatry. The study involving 48 people with moderate alcohol use disorder demonstrated that people on low doses of Ozempic for just 9 weeks drank significantly less than those on a placebo. Researchers at the University of Southern California Institute for Addiction Science conducted the study, and they believe that Ozempic and similar drugs like Mounjaro could be the future in treating many of the 30 million Americans with alcohol use disorder. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Another dark night on the interstate, another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate.
Cameras, action, here we go. Just like that, we'll close out another day and we'll make our way into Friday. Oh, looky there, 14th day of February. Won't you be my Valentine? Happy Valentine's Day, right? You sweetheart. Hi there, I'm Steve Sommers. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. What are we looking at? About almost 10 degrees cooler than we were 24 hours ago, which is good news. Because 24 hours ago, we had precipitation, but it was rain. That would not be the story tonight. 19 outside the secret bunker as our barrage of winter storms continues to impact the central and eastern portions of the country. As we get things started tonight, this is probably about the quietest night we have seen all week long, maybe in the last couple of weeks. We still have some snow shower activity. Parts of Pennsylvania, New York, looks like a few snow showers down there into central portions of West Virginia as well, but the heavy stuff's out of here. The frontal system is now crossed off the eastern seaboard. All the rain, the flooding rains, that's out of here. We now kind of focus on the western third of the country. Been talking about the atmospheric river. There's some heavy rain, Southern California, impacting the burn scar areas. It's pretty ugly for some. And we were talking about, will Las Vegas finally end their rainfall drought? Well, there are some heavy showers, even some thunderstorms moving right through the Las Vegas area as we speak. Now, we know historically speaking, it doesn't take a whole lot of rain to cause some flash flooding issues there in Las Vegas. But let's start with what's next on the list. Here for Friday, some of us get to take a deep breath, relax a little bit as we're in between storms, but the break is not going to last long as a potent winter storm train continues through the eastern half of the country. Our next storm is about to unfold this weekend, and it's going to bring with it severe thunderstorms, including tornadoes, downpours, persistent and heavy enough to lead to flooding problems in the southern region. The greatest risk of tornadic activity may actually be Saturday evening. So this next storm on deck for the long February train, bringing some of the most significant severe weather and flood risk since last fall. This weekend, a couple of handfuls of severe weather incidents occurred earlier this week, Wednesday, with at least 2 reports of tornadoes, one each in Mississippi and Alabama. Through the day this past day, as that storm moved along across the north, had some thunderstorms in parts of the Florida Panhandle, southeastern Alabama, and Georgia. But here we head into the weekend. More storms will ignite. The severe weather potential ramps up again further to the west in the south central states. Saturday, I said Friday is going to be a bit of a breather. The likelihood of severe thunderstorms in part of that area will extend from the upper Texas coast on over to central and eastern Kentucky on Saturday. So from Houston to New Orleans, Atlanta, Nashville, Birmingham, Alabama, all in the mix and all points in between, obviously. More numerous severe thunderstorms are forecast for northeast and central Louisiana through central and northern Mississippi and on into Alabama. Now, AccuWeather have added a high-risk zone for severe weather Saturday. This means that widespread severe weather is anticipated in portions of central and northern Mississippi. That's kind of the bullseye zone there. Knucklebuster, get ready. Some of the most potent severe thunderstorms Saturday to Saturday night will produce tornadoes. Some of these twisters could be strong and on the ground for more than a few minutes, traveling for miles. The greatest potential for tornadoes begins towards sunset Saturday, continues well after dark Saturday night, adding to a significant danger. The potential for thunderstorms backing strong wind gusts and flooding downpours will extend from northern Florida to the Carolinas and Virginia as we roll into the second half of the weekend, Sunday. While thunderstorms often produce brief downpours, the likelihood of heavy rain with storms on into next week, impacting a rather broad area. Rain from each of these storms can easily trigger urban and small stream flooding. Yeah, that storm Wednesday morning to Thursday morning produced a good 1 to 3 inches of rain from the central Gulf Coast all the way up into southern Virginia. There was a pocket where 3 to 4 inches of rain was more common from southwest Alabama into northern portions of Georgia. More heavy rain is going to be unleashed as this next storm rolls across the south central and southeast states here coming up this weekend. Now, the rain from this storm by itself, and especially where it overlaps with some of the prior storms over the lower Mississippi and Tennessee valleys and on into the southern Appalachians, could lead to a lot of flash flooding, small streams, and escalate to some of the secondary rivers where there's no flood mitigation from levees or dams. Even though the bullseye of this rain from the weekend storm may be in a different zone compared to what we saw Wednesday into Thursday, the combined rainfall from the storms going back to the start of the week could reach 15 to 20 inches in some areas. Now, if you live in unprotected areas along small streams and rivers that are prone to flooding, just be advanced notice. Be prepared to move to higher ground. Rising water may block roads, and officials may need to take some preventative flood control measures. That risk of flooding may also extend into portions of the Ohio Valley, Central Appalachians, and the Mid-Atlantic, where rain will combine with some melting snow. Could see some ice jams on streams and rivers. Where is the end of the line? It looks like one more round of rain and severe weather again next week. We're talking toward the middle portions of next week. The track and intensity for that storm is still being assessed at this time. Should the storm track inland over the southeastern states, yes, another round of severe weather may unfold. However, a zone of drenching rain and localized flooding is possible just north of that storm track next week. And now there are also some models showing there could be a fairly broad area of accumulating snow with that system as the much colder air will be sinking in behind this weekend storm, which is going to bring, yes, a lot of rainfall. There you go. There's a quick look at our travelers' weather. We'll give you more on, the flooding, the burn scar areas, seem too much of a good thing in Southern California. They always need the rain, but why does it always seem to come so much in such a short time? But hello to Marianne. She's first on board this Friday, the greatest day of the week. Here we go. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Everyone, have a great weekend. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down 33 in New Paltz, New York, as we kick off round number 4 to Schenectady, back to Wilmington, Delaware. We'll reload for Saturday morning. Hello, Pappy. Listeners, it's the midnight hour, and it's the eve of Friday. 19 degrees outside the Hot Shot Secret Hidden Bunker. How do I know that? It's a secret. The FR3 antenna is raised. The Stick Shit Eliminator power mic is on. 844-844-3388. The digits to hit. Be a part of the show. All right, the overnight drive is hammered down. Kevin, good morning, Steve, and the overnight family. There's Tapeworm. Good morning, all. Checking in from Globe, Arizona tonight. 41 degrees, a little rain right now. Everybody stay safe. Norman checking in from north central Kansas. 15 degrees with the bright moon shining tonight. Lots of snow. Boy, we haven't turned a wheel since Monday. Looks like next week we may warm up a bit, but everybody have a good weekend. Hello, Steve. Buckeye Cobra rolling east of Indianapolis on I-70, 17 degrees, but we've got clear roads. That's the key right there. Home sweet home again for Rubber Duck. Got to the bottom of the no start issue. new starter, new batteries, redid all the ground wires. I did get 4 cars from Chicago for Elkhart. Then it's off to the Motor City. Come up the sunrise, coming up in the morning. All right, and a shout out from Pappy to Wheelchair Dave. Thanks a bunch for the fire stick to keep those cigs lit and the nerves in check. There you go. Finally got a chance to pop by the secret bunker there. It is 844-844-3388. Yes, a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
I'm looking down the line here. Uncle Chops in the house. I like that handle. Uncle Chops. Like a pork chop? Big Art says, good morning. There's Cookie. Hello, Cookie. She said, sending Valentine hugs to all the truckers out there. Get home safe to your honeys. Yes, indeed. Happy Valentine's Day, Cookie. Hello, Tony. Morning, Steve, the Hotshot Nation from the shores of the Ohio River in southern Illinois, known as Golconda, Illinois. Marianne says, where's the monkey gouger? Well, Fancy, you should ask that question. I finally let my fingers do the walking, I guess a couple hours ago. I said, all right, I'm going to give him a call. He picked up the phone. He's fine. He's alive. He's still with us. You know, like everybody else out there, he's had his fair share of illness. So he's going to call in next week. He said he'll call. I think he said Tuesday night. I don't know, Tuesday morning, Tuesday night, whatever. He's going to give us an update, how things are going. I'll let him give the full report. But he did explain. He said a lot has happened since the Christmas time and the New Year. His son was slated to have a heart transplant, and everything was like they had a green light. They had a heart coming in, and it was like they were thinking, here we go. That's a big thing. And it turned out the heart was, well, he said it was no good. I guess whether it wasn't a match, I'm not sure. So he said he's been kind of sticking kind of closer to the whole. He wants to be there in the event they get that call, if you know what I mean. And in between all that, dealing with the creepy cruds that we've all been dealing with, he got pretty sick for a period of time. So, yeah, he'll let us know. But he said, thank you for the concern, everybody. He'll be back with us in short order. All right, howdy overnight drive nation. Happy Friday from Eskimo Mom. Happy Valentine's Day. 35 days until spring. Got the usual run tonight, and except for the cold weather, it's a great night for trailer trucking so far. But I know this break in the weather is going to be very short-lived. So enjoy the clear, moonlit skies. 24 degrees on I-71 in Kentucky. Be safe. Have a good weekend when you get around to it. All right, Michael says, I think that groundhog knows a little bit more than he lets on. There you go. We're 2 weeks into that 6 more weeks of winter. That is for sure. Brain Dead. Morning, Steve. Happy Freaky Friday. Hope y'all have a great weekend. Well, they had nothing for me to do tonight, so the hounds and I enjoying a silent night. So I got lucky. I watched the duels. I'll check in later. But we're 6 days now to spring training, 40 days till opening day, 2 days till the Daytona 500. And, of course, with the duels now in the books, the field has been set, the official lineup for the 500 Sunday. Oh, and don't forget 22 days until the NHRA Gator Nationals will kick off a new season. Well, hello.
1 day closer to the greatest day of the week.
You say that with
you said
such
a couple minutes ago
enthusiasm.
today's the greatest day of the week.
Yeah, today is.
Not.
It is.
Monday's the greatest day of the week, or we wouldn't spend all weekend counting the hours till it gets here.
I don't count the hours till Monday. I count the hours till Friday, brother. Here it is, Friday.
There's millions of people that count down the hours till Monday. So, happy Valentine's Day, love.
Yeah, thank you, honey. 10-4,
Hey,
good buddy.
Is it Friday, full moon Friday, or was that last night? I couldn't tell if it was full last night or tonight.
I think it's actually over the weekend. I'll double check.
Oh. Well, I tried to watch some of the duels, but I didn't get to watch. I watched a couple of minutes of the start of it to that accident, the first wreck. But anyway, I guess Brain Dead will fill us in. I recorded it, so I kind of hate to find out, but you can't even look at Facebook or anything without knowing who won and all of that anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, I just pulled it up here. I stand corrected. Yeah, it is tonight, the next full moon, Friday, March the 14th. It will officially reach the full moon phase at 2:55 a.m. So here about 2 hours from now, a little over 2 hours away. It is a full moon tonight. You're right.
Well, how about that? Full moon for all them lovers out there.
Full moon Friday. The freaks come out on full moons, you know.
Yeah, I know. I didn't get a card or no flowers or no chocolates or anything for my wife. But I ain't in the doghouse. I got her a new car.
Well, that'll work.
So I guess that should work, I would think. I would hope. She don't like that cheap chocolate. She likes that expensive dark chocolate. I don't really care for it. I'd just as soon have me a good old Reese's cup. You know what I mean?
You should
So what you got planned for the weekend?
Hey, if the wife likes the dark chocolate, I don't know if you're aware or not, but dark chocolate is considered an aphrodisiac.
Well, they also claim it's healthy, so maybe I should start eating that, saying that it's good for me.
Yes, sir.
Think she'll go for that?
Yeah.
Well, I don't have a whole lot. She's got to work this weekend, so I guess I'll be watching NASCAR. That's what I call a good weekend anyway. Decent, quiet watching NASCAR. All right, well, have yourself a good weekend, and I'll appreciate you taking my call, and I'll be listening on the app.
Well, we'll be here. Thank you very much for notifying us that we're 1 day closer to the greatest day of the week. Whatever you say. Well, according to the Farmer's Almanac. Are you feeling a little energy this week? There might be a reason for that. In astrology, anyway. That is, today marks the rise of the February full moon. Here we are, known as the snow moon. A bright full moon rising in the early night sky, shining its light through the bare trees, casting shadows on the fresh snow. Can you picture a more beautiful, peaceful scene? The explanation behind February's full moon name is fairly straightforward. It's known as the snow moon due to the typically heavy snow that occurs in February. According to the Farmer's Almanac, the almanac says the snow moon, if you look up at the sky, assuming it's clear outside, you will not miss the gorgeous, bright celestial body. And, of course, it'll appear mostly full for a few days. So there you go, the perfect romantic backdrop for Valentine's Day. And here we are. Our number, 844-844-3388. What's on tap for the weekend? It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Washington State Attorney General Nick Brown says the state will continue to challenge Trump administration policies they believe violate the Constitution.
The President of the United States and his administration has failed to follow the Constitution, has failed to follow laws passed by Congress, and we cannot let that stand.
Washington is leading lawsuits on transgender health care and birthright citizenship. Kash Patel is one step closer to becoming FBI director. Before a vote to send his nomination to the Senate floor, Judiciary Committee Chair Chuck Grassley criticized Democrats for going after Patel.
They show that Mr. Patel won't receive fair consideration from the opposition, and they're directed at a nominee who served his country during both Democratic and Republican administrations.
The committee voted 12-10 in favor of sending Patel's nomination to the Senate floor. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. why Shine Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. TGIF. It is. It is not Friday Eve. Thank you, Pappy. It's Friday. It is. Closing out that Thirsty Thursday. All right. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 21 degrees under starlit skies in Hobstadt, Indiana. Never heard of that. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded like a freight train with bluegrass steers pointed west at a high rate of speed for big sky country. All drivers with small engines and plastic trucks that run on a timer, please be courteous and leave the hammer lane open for the well-lit large cars with big power. Our great country will benefit and we'll all be better off. Very special one night only Valentine's Day shout out to all the wonderful moms, wives, daughters, and grandmas pushing those big trucks down the boulevard. All righty. Hello, Daniel. Good morning from Ferndale, Washington. It's still cold out, 32 degrees. But that's a lot better than you were a few nights ago there in Montana. How far below zero was it? Wow. Hey, Gilligan, morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, clear, cool in Greensboro, North Carolina. 39 degrees tonight. Everybody keep it shiny side up. There you go. And Gary is on board. Good to have you with us. Buckeye Boy from Ackworth, Georgia tonight. 34 degrees. Had a nice day today. A little chilly, though, when the wind kicked up. 2 more days till vacation. And, of course, the weather's not good where we're going. In Wyoming, they've got winter storm warnings in place. I'm hoping we don't have a bunch of flight delays trying to get there Sunday. Anyway, got to get a card for Wildcat today. Democrats having another day of losing their mind. RFK Jr. Moves on as Health and Human Services Secretary. That is correct, confirmed. DOJ keeps finding fraud and waste of our money. And Trump continues to sign executive orders. Isn't that glorious? Did you see the creatures that escaped from the zoo and showed up at the city council meeting? It was at Massachusetts. I did not. Have a great night. Better weekend. Everybody be careful out there. Okay. 844-844-3388. The biggest storm of the winter is what they're referencing on the West Coast. That fire hose of rain across much of California, triggering flooding, mudslides, road closures, feet of snow over the high country of the Sierra Nevada. Storms were nearly absent prior to the last part of January, going all the way back to the start of the rainy season back in October. Things, as we know, were very, very dry. However, as often the case is in California, when rain falls, it does so with a vengeance. Major storm. This plume of moisture has evolved into a quick-moving atmospheric river, sliding southward along the California coast, bringing with it torrential rains, much of which is falling in 12 hours or less in many areas. And, of course, you've got the burn scar areas where there's nothing to hold back the waters. This is just what the high country and ski resorts need, though. It will lead to some temporary problems as far as roads closing, trying to get to them, including along I-80 and Donner Pass. But the snow may come down 2 to 4 inches per hour. So along with the likelihood of flooding, mudslides, and feet of snow, the atmosphere may get wild enough to even trigger some thunderstorms. All right, there was no shortage of water. Reservoir and stream levels had been dropping after months of nearly bone-dry conditions. Dry conditions during the late spring and the start of fall are pretty normal. It's the lack of rain and mountain snow from mid-autumn through the first part of the winter that's been very abnormal. Take you over to what they're saying about those people are actually having to evacuate in some cases for the second time this year. Southern California is evacuating their homes, but this time it's heavy rain that threatens new destruction in areas still recovering from the devastating wildfires. Across the region, residents had been preparing for what could be the strongest storm in over a year's time. Los Angeles County could see the worst of their rain, which was supposed to fall this past afternoon and evening. Evacuation warnings had been issued for communities near the burn scar areas where the flooding risk and landslides is greatest. Flash flood watch was in effect for much of Santa Barbara, Los Angeles, and Ventura counties through Thursday night. Officials have been racing all week to shore up places that are at risk. Precipitation in Los Angeles County include cleaning debris basins, installing concrete barriers, placing sandbags in fire zones to protect storm drains, search and rescue teams, deputies, and helicopters on standby to respond if needed. One Palisades resident says, "I never dreamt in my whole life I would see such an utter, complete devastation." Like many of his neighbors, Jeff Carr has done what he can, clearing debris from the gutters, fortifying his property. Still, with the fire-scorched hillside stripped of vegetation, the danger of mudslides and debris flows loom large. A lot of houses without vegetation around them burned off could slide down the hill very easily. The National Weather Service cites a high risk of urban flooding of roads and parking lots during this storm, which is also expected to impact the San Francisco Bay Area and Northern California. The threat is particularly acute in communities like Altadena and the Palisades, obviously, where homes sit precariously on steep slopes. The biggest concern when you have rain on a fire-impacted area is the soil can become very unstable. If you get enough water fast enough, you cause a separation, which causes a slide. Operations may be suspended if conditions become unsafe. If the rain is so bad that we cannot see or operate safely, and that endangers our crews, we're not going to work. In the event of a mudslide, California's rapid response system, coordinated by state and local agencies, will be activated to protect those affected areas. The FEMA Region 9 administrator said the challenges of debris removal in the fire-damaged areas as the storm looms, we actually see wet methods to keep down the dust. We've constantly been wetting things down. The last time we really seen something that's somewhat of this scale was back in 2017. Fires in Santa Rosa. So this is at a much greater scale, much more destruction to properties. All right, so digging out from back-to-back winter storms in other parts of the eastern USA. We had at least 4 confirmed tornadoes impacting Mississippi and Alabama. Survey teams were sent to determine if other tornadoes had touched down in the region as well. About 20 homes, half dozen businesses were damaged in Columbia, Mississippi, when the winds whipped up a possible tornado Wednesday night. The mayor said, "We are fortunate, actually. It didn't appear to be a big tornado. We could see it from City Hall in downtown. We're just blessed we didn't have any injuries." Let's see. In Virginia, where the storm delivered ice and more than a foot of snow Wednesday, more than 300 vehicle crashes reported there, according to state police. Nearly 200,000 customers were still without power early Thursday morning. More than 200 crashes occurred in neighboring Maryland with that storm as well. One person killed Wednesday morning in a rollover crash on an exit ramp in Callaway County, Missouri, according to the Highway Patrol there. The victim in this case was a young child. So all the weather alerts have expired for the central U.S., and the bulk of winter alerts are expiring for the Great Lakes as that system moves out of the northeast. But again, we just got to now begin ramping up, awaiting our next system. Got us a Friday. What's on the mind? It's 844-844-3388. All right, Dateline Daytona Beach. With a push from teammate Tyler Reddick, Bubba Wallace surges ahead of 2024 Daytona 500 winner William Byron to win Thursday night's first duel at the Daytona 150-mile qualifying race, thus earning the 3rd starting position for Sunday's running of the Great American Race. Driving the number 23 Racing Toyota, Wallace edged Byron by 0.082 seconds as intense drama unfolded behind the two front runners with a determined charge over the final 2 laps. Justin Allgaier finished highest among the unchartered cars in that first duel, ensuring that there will be a JR Motorsports Chevrolet competing in a NASCAR Cup Series race for the first time in company history. With a massive wreck littering the asphalt behind them, pole sitter Austin Cindric edging Eric Jones for the victory in the second duel. Though Jones was first to the finish line, Cindric held a lead by inches when the caution lights illuminated as the cars approached the stripe. In an uncharted number 01, Rick Ware Racing Ford, Corey LaJoie, raced his way into the Daytona 500 with a 6th place finish in that second duel. Thanks to Tyler Reddick, according to Wallace, after the first duel, that was awesome to see 2 team cars work together and learn a lot for Sunday. He did a great job pushing me. Our McDonald's Toyota Camry was fast. 2 different balances from being in the pack to being out front. We got to do some work. We got some work to do here. Wanted to win one of these duels for so long. All my buddies got one. Tyler got one last year. I was PO'd. So I've got one now. I'm good. All right, with the unchartered car of J.J. Yelly boxed in on the bottom, Allgaier made a 3-wide move to the top on the next to last lap, surging forward to earn the transfer spot into the Daytona 500 with a 9th place finish in Yaley's 17th. Allgaier earned the 17th starting position for Sunday's race. All right, so hope you enjoyed the duels there. Around the country, a Friday. Hey, we got clear lines. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, Buckeye boys said they got about 4.5 inches of rain from that last storm that came through last couple of days, Ackworth, Georgia. So yeah, obviously the ground's already saturated. And we're looking at plenty more where that came from in the upcoming weekend here. Well, good morning to Glenn. He says, good morning, everybody, from warm Florida. Be safe out there. Steve's down there as well. He said it was 90 degrees and sunny near Bozo's old homestead this past day. Another day of sunburn doing yard work. That was like Crystal River, Florida, right? And he said, yeah, well, the real racing arrives the second week of March in Gainesville, a.k.a. the Gator Nationals. All right, hello to Jacqueline, tuning in via YouTube this morning, 20 degrees, Wilmington, Ohio. As we look at our industry headlines, the most recent round of emergency declarations enacted over fuel supply concerns and adverse winter weather. Kansas, Missouri, New York, and Virginia, the latest to issue emergencies, granting regulatory relief for motor carriers and commercial vehicle operators. New York issued a waiver as statewide impacts are affecting delivery logistics of vital fuels for homes, businesses, power generation facilities, fueling stations, and alternative fuel customers. With the declaration through March 1, the hours of service regulations for the interstate transportation of fuels are modified for fuel haulers statewide. All right, similar in Kansas, drivers transporting fuel as well as commodities and or assisting in power restoration are relieved from requirements under 49 CFR 395.3 and 395.5. This order is effective through March the 12th. will also provide a 30-day waiver of parts 390 to 399. Fuel is also a concern in Missouri after the latest winter storm brought heavy snow, ice, and extremely low temperatures. Maximum driving times for commercial vehicles transporting fuel such as propane, natural gas, and heating oil are suspended in that state through March 10. No other petroleum products are fuel are covered by the Missouri exemption. So that's propane, natural gas, and heating oil. Okay. Virginia's emergency order waives overweight, overwidth, registration, license, and hours of service requirements until March 9. The Virginia waiver applies to trucks hauling water, food, heating oil, motor fuels, or propane, agricultural products and supplies, forest products, waste, or utilities, regardless of origin, as long as operations are in support of disaster response. All over-width loads up to a maximum of 12 feet and over-height loads up to a maximum of 14 feet must follow the state's hauling permit and safety guidelines. Then, of course, we still have the FMCSA's regional emergency regarding the spread of bird flu also remains in effect. And that's most of the country, as does the California wildfires emergency. Suffice it to say, there's a lot of drivers out there that have relief from the hours of service rules right now. Robert F. Kennedy, how about that? The Senate confirming Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to head the Department of Health and Human Services this past day. Kennedy, the 15th member of the new Trump cabinet to be confirmed now. As the case has been, it was pretty much along party lines. The vote was 52 yeas, 48 nays, with once again former Republican leader Mitch McConnell, the only Republican, quote, voting against the nominee. McConnell has now opposed 3 of Trump's nominees, Tulsi Gabbard, Pete Hegseth, and now Robert F. Kennedy. Much to Democrats' dismay, the nominees once thought to be long shots have one by one been confirmed to serve in Trump's cabinet. President Trump has tapped RFK to lead the charge in making America healthy again. According to the Republican Majority Leader John Thune, he promises to make Health and Human Services a collaborative, transparent, science-driven agency under his leadership. Of course, our public health agencies do critical work, and I'm a supporter of their research. I'm proud of the contributions they make to American leadership and medicine and innovation. But if we're going to make America healthy again, the agencies doing this important work have to rebuild some trust from the American people. In the days leading up to his confirmation, several key Republicans ultimately rallied behind Kennedy. Lisa Murkowski of Alaska endorsed Kennedy just moments after the Senate advanced his nomination Wednesday. Susan Collins of Maine also came out in support on Tuesday. Now, notably, both Collins and Murkowski voted against Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. They've got a history of deviating from the party line votes. Although both have previously kind of bucked their own party, both fell in line and backed Kennedy this past day. So Kennedy, the latest of the more contentious nominees to secure confirmation. They notably confirmed Tulsi Gabbard as Director of National Intelligence on Wednesday, and this past day advancing Kash Patel's nomination to head the FBI. Yeah, one by one. So when it comes to Kash Patel passing through the committee, so that passing the committee, that's up, sets up the full Senate vote. likely to take place, they say, next week. He blazed through the Judiciary Committee in a 12-10 party line vote. Senator Mike Lee of Utah, after the vote, said, "So glad that Kash Patel has advanced out of committee. He will now advance to the Senate floor, where we should confirm him as soon as our rules will allow." There were several others that made comments, but all right, it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Inflation rose more than expected last month. January's Consumer Price Index, which measures the cost of goods and services, increased by 5% for the month. As Benji Heyer explains, it also pushed the yearly inflation rate to 3%, which was above projections.
Some goods are soaring in value. Take eggs. They're up 53% in January compared to a year ago.
The CPI jumped 4% for January, putting the yearly rate at 3.3%. The White House says it shows that the Biden administration left them a mess to deal with. The Trump administration rescinded more than $80 million in FEMA funds.
The money is granted to New York City to help with the illegal alien crisis. City Comptroller Brad Lander says his office discovered Wednesday the money, which was awarded under the Biden administration, had been clawed back.
Let's be clear. This is highway robbery. This is the federal government having already allocated, authorized, awarded, invoiced, and paid $80.5 million to the city of New York.
This after Department of Government efficiency head Elon Musk said the funds are used to house illegals in luxury hotels. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Trump administration is reportedly set to buy $400 million worth of armored Tesla vehicles.
The procurement appeared Wednesday in a State Department document and didn't specify what type of Tesla vehicle was being purchased. Tesla is owned by Elon Musk, who's been given power by President Trump to cut spending in the federal government. The State Department edited the document. It now says the federal contract is for $400 million worth of armored electric vehicles with no mention of Tesla. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
TikTok has returned to the Apple and Google app stores as of this evening. It was removed about a month ago in response to a national security law that went into effect. The app's return follows a letter from U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi stating that they would not be fined for hosting the app. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 342 points. The S&P 500 gained 63 points. The Nasdaq gained 295 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
A South Jersey community may be dealing with the bird flu outbreak after dead geese were found in 3 Monmouth County parks.
We're taking every precaution necessary to keep people safe.
Allentown Mayor Thomas Fritz says those parks are closed as officials await test results on the geese. He's urging anyone who comes across a dead bird to avoid touching it and to call authorities. There are also signs posted to stay away from the water and do not feed the geese. High grocery prices are impacting disadvantaged populations the most.
The latest Washington Food Survey conducted by the University of Washington and Washington State University finds the effect of high prices is uneven. Food insecurity was more common among households with children, larger households, lower income households, and households with Black, American, Indian, Alaska Native, and multiracial members. Cutbacks in federal programs like SNAP are making the problem worse. I'm Brad Ford.
Italian researchers say you should pet your dog before you leave the house.
Researchers at the University of Pisa in Italy found if you pet your dog one last time before racing out the door, it will reduce anxiety for your pet and you. Because petting a dog for 5 minutes lowers the stress hormone cortisol and increases oxytocin. That's the feel-good hormone. Research shows it's a win-win for all. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, we got us a Friday, time zone to time zone, working into a new day. Yes, indeed, Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day, 14th of February. All right, yes, there's yet another winter storm a-brewing. This one centered on the weekend. That will dump accumulating snow in at least 20 states east of the Rockies. And AccuWeather forecasters are already advising there is another winter storm. Bears watching for the southern and eastern coast of the U.S. next week. The storms have been on a fast track across the country since the start of the month. And this next one on deck will be no exception. Most of these storms have been literally crossing the country in like 3 days' time. Now, as people enjoy time on the snow, on the sleds and the skis, and the crews clean up the highways and the airports, from the upper Midwest to the Northeast from the most recent storm, a new wintry onslaught is already brewing from much of the same area this weekend. The moisture from the storm that brought inches of rain and feet of snow to California this past day. Now, the storm's going to have to regroup after crossing the rugged terrain of the Rockies here on Friday. But it should quickly grab moisture, first from the Gulf and then the Atlantic this weekend as it races along. Snow will begin Friday today over portions of the northern and central plains, then quickly spread eastward across the rest of the upper Midwest Friday night and Saturday, then reaching the Northeast Saturday to Saturday night. There will be a broad zone of 3 to 6 fresh inches of snow in the forecast from this storm. Now, cities expected to pick up enough snow to shovel and plow include Minneapolis, Des Moines, Iowa, Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, Buffalo, and Albany, New York, then eventually Burlington, Vermont, Boston, and Worcester, Mass., Manchester, New Hampshire, and Portland and Augusta, Maine. I mean, the entire northern tier. Direct airline delays are anticipated in these locations due to de-icing operation, ripple effect flight cancellations possible across the country. This storm's going to be just a bit different from what we had Wednesday, Thursday, since it's going to track a bit further south. That means some snow will fall and accumulate along Interstate 70 in the Midwest and portions of western Pennsylvania, as well as much of I-80 in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. A sharp gradient line is likely as the cold air is going to put up a fight. The big snowfall ramp-up zone is most likely to be across central New York and central New England. We're talking 1 to 3 inches like for northern Pennsylvania, Hartford, Connecticut, and just north of New York City. Then a big jump, 6 to 12 inches along I-90 in New York, 12 to 18 inches in the northern portions of Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. In northern New England and some of the adjacent areas there in southern Canada, totals could approach 2 feet of snow. We've got the wintry mix forecast to change to rain at the height of the storm along and south of I-84 and 86 in New York and Connecticut. All or mostly rain forecast for Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Washington, D.C. with this system. The combination of rain and melting snow may lead to some flooding in poor drainage areas. Now, from the central Appalachians to the Ohio Valley, concerns that enough rain may fall with a period of mild air to trigger ice jams and flooding along some streams and secondary rivers. And that also remains a concern with the next storm next week. We will continue to watch how atmospheric conditions will stack up for the next storm in the middle of next week. This is going to form a press of Arctic air advances from the plains to the Atlantic coast. This storm's going to move along and ahead of that Arctic boundary. Depending on the track and the intensity, it could bring heavy snow from parts of the central plains all the way to the mid-Atlantic once again. Should all the pieces fall in the right place, this could be the biggest snowstorm of the winter for portions of the central and southern plains, as well as the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. It has the potential to evolve into a full-fledged, strong nor'easter, something we have not seen much of this season. All right, the storm that's slated for the middle of next week, this should be the caboose in this long train that started about the 1st of February. It's been a crazy go, but I guess the caboose is going to go out with a bang, as they say. Well, good morning, Brain Dead.
Morning, Steve. Yes, I heard you read all the dual dual results there of it. Yeah, I was really hoping that Allgaier would actually got a lot better, but they're actually in the race, and that's kind of a win for them, because really it's actually just nothing more than just an arm of Hendrick Motorsports, really. I mean, I was really hoping he was going to get a lot further in, but did you also read off that Helio Castroneves is going to be using that provisional?
I did not. Didn't share that.
Yeah, he's going to be using the provisional because he decided to make the right turn into the wall, so to speak. Oh yeah, forgot. I was going to ask you this. Do you remember what happened February 15th, 1998?
Boy, I've slept since then. Now, what was it?
Well, see, that's why dingbats have to do all those interesting facts for you, because you've been asleep.
Yeah.
No, it's the Daytona 500 that Dale Sr. won. Can you believe it's been that long?
Wow. Yeah.
But I've got a little news before I get to my little trifecta, because NASCAR social media has been blowing up. NASCAR has said that they're going to be rotating the championship every year or every so often from Phoenix, and I agree with that. I mean, I don't see it. They don't want to go to a road course, which is all right. They don't want to send it to a super speedway. That's okay. So what else? So what all do you have left? Darlington, Charlotte, Vegas, Homestead, and they did it at Homestead for I don't know how many years. So there's that. NASCAR also, too, at the Daytona 500, has also ejected 2 crew chiefs. Chris Larson, who is a crew chief for Todd Gilliland at Front Row, and also Billy Plorty from Rick Ware Racing. They said that there was an improper weight that they used for the cars. So Anheuser-Busch and NASCAR extended its sponsorship, a partnership, and Horizon Hobby will be sponsoring Zane Smith. Now, I want to throw this out there because I know we've got a few of the NASCAR fans, like that Monday Lover dude. What's his name?
Captain Ron. Captain Ron.
Who? I never heard of her, but anyway, I saw this somewhere online the last day or so, and I honestly truly think if they want to make the qualifying more interesting, pull the governor off. Just pull that governor off, plate, whatever, and run what you brung. Just let it go. That's now not for the duels, but just for the straight up single car qualifying that they had Wednesday night. What do you think, Steve?
Boy, I'm not sure.
I like the idea because I mean, you have the technology, you have the safety aspect of it. I mean, the cars today, when you step back and look at when Bill Elliott did it back in the 80s, I think it was 87, 88, something like that. I can't remember. The technology has come a heck of a lot farther than what it has been. But I'm just throwing it out there. What you guys think?
I mean,
the bigger,
obviously we've got like you said, technology. You've got a whole lot more downforce than they had back in the 80s. They didn't have anything like they've got today. But even with what we have now, when air gets under a vehicle, you see them go airborne and flip in the air. I mean, at 210 miles per hour.
Well, that's what they got that diffuser for now, to help keep the air from going underneath the vehicle. It's literally when they say splitting the air does not come back up, like up to the engine bay or anywhere that section. It's being literally shoved down the car. It's like the hood, just the upside down version of the hood.
Mm-hmm.
And two, when you also look at it too, back in the 80s, they didn't really have the Hans devices, the wraparound headrest. They didn't have the custom fitted seat. They didn't have the extra roll bars and whatnot.
Right.
So I do just say one off. Hey, take off the governor, 2 laps, show us what you got. That's what I say. But now the big elephant in the room, and I don't mean my ex-wife. NASCAR has filed an appeal to the district court regarding the charters, and they happen to have filed this yesterday, just in time for Wednesday, just in time for qualifying. I guess you didn't hear about this.
No, sir.
They want the appellate court to throw out the injunction from the district court because they're showing that there is bias in this judge that is for the team. And granted, I see where they're coming from. The first judge was on their side. He was kind of split down the middle, but he leaned more to NASCAR. And now this new judge they've got is more on the side of the teams. Well, naturally, they're going to fight it because they're sitting there saying, well, there's nothing monopolistic about it. It's just business as usual. They want to take back those 2 charters that they had to give. And it's just becoming an S show, so to speak. 'Cause tonight with Bubba Wallace winning the duel, that was kind of a little bit of the finger, so to speak. But I do think, though, if any of the front row cars or any of the 2311 cars win the 500, that's going to be a big blow to them. And I mean, honest and truly, but I'm looking at a lot of the chatter back and forth online, and a lot of people are picking Kyle Busch or Ryan Blaney or Kyle Larson to win it. Yeah, I can see that. But I do see where, what was his name? Briscoe, the one that won the poll. I do think he's going to be in the top 3. I really do. I think Denny Hamlin's going to be up there. He may be a second place. He might actually win it because he had a good car. But Austin Cindric, though, I think if he doesn't win it, he's going to come in a close second because when you looked at that second duel tonight between him and I can't think of his name. I'm drawing a blank. Boy, it had to come down to the photo finish. He really had something going there. So that is my 3, Steve, and I'm going to call it a weekend, Steve. You have a good one.
All right. Enjoy snuggling with the hounds tonight, right? When it comes to Daytona, Talladega, one and the same. It doesn't matter where you start. I mean, I guess it's fun to start on the front row because you don't want to be in the middle of the pack. If you can start up front and stay up front, which you can't, you can start dead last. And again, oftentimes, some of the better drivers, if they find themselves qualifying in the middle of the pack, they'll drop back to the tail of the draft. It's all about who can avoid getting caught up in the big one. It could occur on lap 1, and if it doesn't occur on somewhere down the line, it's always inevitable that the big one. Now, when it starts in the front of the pack, that's pretty darn bad. You'll take out half the damn field, like Eagle said last evening. How do you avoid being caught up in the... It's just really, you spend hours, you spend all afternoon just trying to stay clean, keeping your car from being tore up to where you'll lose your aerodynamics, and just being at the right place at the right time, having a drafting partner when you get to those final laps. 844-844-3388. A Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Alrighty, plenty of industry headlines to get to this Friday the 14th, no less, as we close out the 13th. And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. And there is the Knuckle Buster. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Yeah, there's always plenty of room for everybody if they just call in there. I wouldn't have to call in 3 or 4 times a night some night, especially Monday morning.
Yep.
Well, did you ever get a hold of Monkey Guy?
I did indeed. I called him a couple hours before the show. He's alive. He's kicking. He's been going through some issues there at the home 20. He's going to call in next week, he said, and give us a full report.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds good. We're looking forward to it there. Anyway, now I'm getting in late tonight. I'm talking about 3 or 4 times on the way home trying to get a new Bluetooth. This ain't sounding all right, right?
It's all right. I've heard better, but we can understand you.
Oh, that's good. Well, we're in Arkansas again. I was getting feedback in that other one, so I broke down and spent some of my points there. I can't carry them with me, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's just, yeah. It's like the money. You ain't gonna carry it either. NASCAR, that's just I'd watch them, but when they go back to racing that real live stock cars and on gravel roads, then I might start watching NASCAR again. Other than that, it's supposed to be National Association of Stock Car Auto Racing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, them ain't stock cars they're riding in, I can promise you. So, I read this article that President Trump ordered a massive strike on an ISIS leader in Somalia. That's just back at the start of February, and said the footage of the strike was incredible. I didn't get a chance to look at it yet, but I will tomorrow since I'm going to be off all weekend. It said 16 F-18 smashed a mountain region of Somalia in order to wipe out the ISIS leader and the fighters with him. Footage of the strike makes it hard to believe anyone survived. Secretary Booty, not Secretary Booty Hole, but Secretary, what's his last name?
Duffy.
He carried them terrorists, Steve. Just 3 words. just in case you miss it. He says, we will strike you. Guaranteed. Did I hear Toby Keith singing American Soldier from the Grave? Yeah, maybe. How do you like me now there, Natalie? Yep. I don't think she's going to be too impressed, dude. And then I got another article out of the Drive. The feds want to give Tesla $400 million for armored cars. Huh. I don't know. I ain't had a chance to read it. I've been too busy working there.
Yeah, I got the full report there. That Rachel Maddow made the claim, and it turns out, no, Trump did not make an order for Tesla, because on the surface that sounds like, what do you mean? I said, no way. That's a conflict of interest.
Right, absolutely. Your paper, the senator, she's making the law there, Steve. She, AOC, she's telling them illegal immigrants how to avoid that. Isn't that against the law?
Yes, it is.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe they need to lock her up, too, along with Hillary. I don't think Hillary ever got locked up. And I saw this on the war zone there. The aircraft carrier USS Harry S. Truman, it needs a automatic braking system on it. It collided with a merchant ship.
Yes, he did. Yes, indeed.
You reckon they put ABSs on them ships? I doubt it. Be kind of hard. Roll backwards, boys. Roll backwards. I stayed about all my bull on the I'll keep listening in. You got a great show.
All right. We'll give you the rest of the story on the Tesla armored vehicles. It's fake news.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Inflation rose more than expected last month. January's Consumer Price Index, which measures the cost of goods and services, increased by 5% for the month. It also pushed the yearly inflation rate to 3%, which was above projections. The CPI jumped 4% for January, putting the yearly rate at 3.3%. The White House says it shows that the Biden administration left them a mess to deal with. The Trump administration is reportedly set to buy $400 million worth of armored Tesla vehicles.
The procurement appeared Wednesday in a State Department document and didn't specify what type of Tesla vehicle was being purchased. Tesla is owned by Elon Musk, who's been given power by President Trump to cut spending in the federal government. The State Department edited the document. It now says the federal contract is for $400 million worth of armored electric vehicles with no mention of Tesla. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts need.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with this sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, par for the course when it comes to the leftist, Trump-hating media. It will never change. Always looking for that scoop to be the first out of the box to make Trump look bad. Now, when it turns out to be false, they don't want to say anything about it. And when one says it, it started with none other than MSNBC in this case. Yet many others jump on the bandwagon. I even heard them mention there a few minutes ago in the news break. The claim, and you're seeing this from, posted over and over again via social media, started with Rachel Maddow, MSNBC, Rachel Maddow, Wednesday, accusing President Trump and Elon Musk of corrupt self-dealing to purchase $400 million worth of armored Tesla vehicles through a State Department contract. That was the claim. The verdict, if you go to the fact checkers, that is false. The Biden administration orchestrated the armored EV contract, a contract that has now been put on hold by the State Department. There was only one bidder on the contract during the Biden administration, and that was Elon Musk's Tesla. The State Department's procurement forecast, revised as of late December 2024, listed Tesla as the recipient of the largest expected contract, allotting $400 million worth of armored Tesla. Now, reports had highlighted how Musk, now leading the Department of Government Efficiency to slash spending, may end up being a large recipient of government contracts. Well, you need to get the rest of the story. Maddow said on Wednesday, the rest of the government and the rest of the country continue to contend with Elon Musk and Donald Trump's claim that Boy, we sure have found a lot of waste in the government, and it's great what they're doing. Isn't it great? And not at all illegal and or profoundly corrupt for the president to put someone with billions of dollars in government contracts personally in charge of deciding what happens to government contracts. Rachel sarcastically referred to this alleged self-dealing as a kosher use of government funds and not at all $400 million worth of self-dealing. Elon Musk quickly responded to Maddow's accusation, accusing the leftist host of lying. Of course, other outlets such as Rolling Stone and National Public Radio had implied that it was the Trump administration that was planning to purchase $400 million worth of Tesla EVs. However, the contract came as the result of the then Biden administration's green policies, and the State Department said that the contract is now on hold. Dropside explained that the plan is now on hold. How that is, this is what happened. The acquisition plan that was set in motion by the Biden administration last year as part of a move to convert the Bureau of Diplomatic Security's fleet of roughly 3,000 armored vehicles to transform them into zero-emission electric vehicles by the year 2035. Now, that's the primary security arm of the U.S. State Department. The Bureau of Diplomatic Security is responsible for the safety of personnel posted at the likes of U.S. embassies around the world. Its division of defensive equipment and armored vehicles was seeking green alternatives to the current fleet. The original request was from April of last year. According to the State Department, there was only one company, a single company, that responded to that request last year, the request for information, presumably Tesla. There are currently no plans to award that contract or for it to continue. The State Department stated that the next step in the process would involve an official solicitation being sent out to vehicle manufacturers to bid, adding that the solicitation is on hold and there are no current plans to actually issue it. So it all flies in the face of Trump actually overturning and going back on all the Green New Deal initiatives. So the previous administration threw out, let's get some bids. Who can build these vehicles? Tesla was the only one responding. It is now on hold, and they have no plans to proceed with that. The rest of the story. Then, of course, talking about inflation, egg prices, what can you do about that? That was not, I said at the time, that was not Joe Biden's fault. It's not Donald Trump's fault. For that particular category. The bird flu wreaking havoc. It doesn't care if you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, Communist. It is hitting. Egg prices continue to rise, hitting a record high nationally due to the ongoing bird flu outbreak. Consumers didn't need government figures released on Wednesday to tell us they are terribly expensive and now getting hard to find at times. The latest monthly consumer price index showed the average price of a dozen grade A eggs around the country hit $4.95 in January. The previous record of $4.82 that was set 2 years ago, and more than double the low price of they were at $2.04 a dozen in August of 2023. The spike in egg prices, the biggest since the bird flu outbreak, dating back to 2015, accounted for roughly 2/3 of the total increase in food costs last month. 2/3 of the total increase. Of course, that's only the nationwide average. A carton of eggs can cost $10 in some places. And specialized varieties like organic or cage-free eggs are even more expensive. Yeah, many are saying, well, we do use eggs a little less often now. John Flory, as he surveyed his options in the egg case in Alameda, California, I was going to make a quiche that I like to make, and it's about 6 eggs, so I figured I guess I'll just do something else. Relief is not expected anytime soon. Egg prices typically spike around Easter, obviously, due to the high demand for the Easter holiday. The Department of Agriculture predicted last month egg prices were likely to increase 20%, up to 20% this year. Now, even if shoppers can afford eggs, they may have difficulty finding them at times. Some grocers are having trouble keeping the shelves stocked, and some folks are encountering surcharges or limits to how many cartons they can buy at a time. Encinal market owner Joe Trimble said he has a hard time getting all the eggs he orders from his suppliers, so most of the time his shelves are only about 25% full. It's something you don't think about until you look at the shelf and it's nearly empty. Yeah, eggs are just expected to be there in the same way you'd expect there to be milk on the shelf. It's a key item to have in your grocery store because people don't go out looking for something else to eat on Saturday morning. Yeah, they want to have some scrambled eggs or over easy eggs on Saturday morning. The main reason eggs are more expensive, obviously the bird flu. When the virus is found on a farm, big or small, the entire flock is killed to limit the spread. Now, because massive egg farms have millions of birds, one outbreak may put a dent in the egg supply. Nearly 158 million birds have been slaughtered since the outbreak began. Agriculture Department said more than 23 million birds were slaughtered just last month. It was more than 18 million that were killed in December, trying to limit the spread of the flu. Now, these include turkeys, chicken raised for meat, but the vast majority of them are the egg-laying chickens. And when there's an outbreak on a farm, it often takes several months to dispose of all those carcasses, sanitize the barns, raise new birds until they're old enough to start producing eggs. So it's a long-term impact. Cases of the bird flu often spike in the spring and the fall as wild birds are migrating. They are the main source of the virus, but cases can pop up any time of year, obviously, and throughout the winter. There's been no exception of cases popping up even more recently here in Ohio. California has a state of emergency. It's also spread to cattle and other species. And people, mostly farm workers, taking care of ill animals. Health officials say the threat of human health remains low. Eggs and poultry are safe to eat because sick animals aren't allowed into the food supply. Plus, properly cooking meat and eggs to at least 165 degrees kills any virus. And, of course, when it comes to the milk, pasteurization neutralizes bird flu in the milk. All right. 10 states around the country have passed laws allowing the sale of eggs only from what they call cage-free environments. The supply of those eggs is tighter and focused in certain regions, so the effect on prices can be magnified when outbreaks hit, especially the cage-free egg farms. Many of the farms with recent outbreaks have been just that, cage-free farms in California. Cage-free egg laws have already gone into effect in California, Massachusetts, Nevada, Washington, Oregon, Colorado, and Michigan. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, where we leave off here. First off, it's a Friday. And we're going to get to Eagle coming up here, who's headed to Daytona. We're trying to pull up a story about how much does it cost to stay in the infield? I guess it's rather expensive, right? But before we get to Eagle, I'm going to get to, I believe it is Stickerbush. Maybe a first-time caller.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Doing well. What's happening out there? First time caller, I believe.
Buddy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I thought you'd went off there, buddy. I just happened to find you.
Seems like that handle. Seems like I remember that handle from maybe many years ago. Is that correct?
That's a possibility. It's been a good while there.
Yeah.
Many moons ago. But I just happened to find you. I was listening to you on the iHeart, and I just, I was always a day behind, and then I just happened to find your actual page here, so I can get you live and in color, as they say.
There you go. So did you download the app for the phone, or are you doing like the Facebook or YouTube?
Yeah.
Or?
No, I've got your app on my phone there.
OvernightDriveRadio.com. Very good. That's great.
Correct. Yeah. So I'll get you live and in color.
So what are
I'm up to speed there.
So what are we doing out there? You driving nights, driving days? You just up late tonight, or?
Yeah, I run the night shift. I run over to Vandalia, Illinois, out of Dayton, Ohio, every night, Sunday through Thursday.
Okay. So we're right. You're right on our schedule to catch us live every night, then.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think old Knuckle Shuffler needs to turn his mic gain up there, bend his mic in. He don't sound like he usually does.
He did say that I guess he disposed of his headset from that he had like last night, and he just got a new one today. use some of his points, I guess. I don't know if it's love or traveling, which travel center, but used his points to get a new headset.
Yeah, it just wasn't coming in quite as loud as he normally does.
That's correct.
But other than that, buddy, I just wanted to give you a shout out there, give him a break there, like you said. Somebody else called in.
Well, if you just found us recently, are you familiar with, of course, we're brought to you by Hot Shot Secret. Have you tried Hot Shot Secret products?
I have not.
Well, we're going to, first-time callers, you get a $60 code that you'll get texted to you here in the next few days. You'll go to the website, hotshotsecret.com, and you're going to buy...
Well, I appreciate you.
You're going to get...
Sure.
You're gonna get products.
I'll give it a while.
You're gonna
give her a shot.
Are you going to try it in your personal vehicle, or do you own your own truck? If you're a company driver, you might probably just want to get something for your...
No, I'm a company driver.
Yeah, so get you some product for your personal vehicle, though. If you got a diesel truck, get a stiction eliminator and maybe a diesel extreme. If you got a gasoline vehicle, start with the stiction eliminator and get a little bottle of Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. Try those out.
I'll sure do it, buddy. I'll sure do it.
Well, I'm glad you found us again there, Sticker Bush, so you can maybe be one of our regular callers. Kind of like
yes, sir.
Knucklebuster and Horse Feathers and some of the others. I thought I recognized that handle. What do they say? It's been a coon's age. However long that is. Long time. Well, good morning, Eagle.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, how you doing? Yeah, Steve, I'm down here at Valdosta, Georgia right now. I delivered the load. Land of the day, I'm headed down to Daytona. I looked at the race tonight. Looked at the two races tonight. Not very happy with what I saw. No Chevrolet in victory lane. Neither racing really didn't have a good showing in neither one of the duels. Chevrolet didn't do too good. Still, happy. Still not happy. Toyota sitting on the pole. That's not good. To have an Asian, team on the pole for the 500. But one game we got some good news. If there is a race, Steve, Donald Trump say he's gonna be at the race on Sunday. He says he's gonna be there, so we'll see if he shows up. Like I said, I'll definitely be there. The weather, like I said, they said it's a 40 or 50% chance of rain on Sunday. But if they do cancel it, Monday looks like it's good weather. So I hope they can get it off on Sunday. But if they don't, Monday definitely will be a good day, according to what the weather say. They had a good day today,
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with the weather. They didn't really do too much racing tonight in either one of the duels. Everybody was trying to protect their equipment, because if you have an accident, then you have to use a backup car, and then you have to go to the back of the field, so nobody wanted to wreck their car. So they really didn't have no big time wrecks tonight. Everybody was being real careful not to tear up their equipment. So nobody wanted to tear up their equipment to go to a backup car. So they had one or two accidents, but it wasn't really nothing serious. So we'll see what happens on Saturday. Sunday. They got the Infinity race. Good news. Dale Jr., anybody out there fan of him, his car made it in. The number 40 car, his man made the race tonight. I forgot what place he came in, but Dale Jr.'s, his car is going to be in the 500. So that's good. He got a Chevrolet. Maybe Dale Jr. can get into victory lane for the Chevrolet brand. It's kind of bad. I wish they'd go ahead and bring that car back, Steve. They call it stock car, and and they don't even make the damn Camaro no more. They racing a car that's not even in production anymore. It's kind of a bad thing. They had talked about bringing, going with something else, but look like they're going to stick with the Camaro. They need to go ahead and bring it back because there'll be some competition for the Mustang. But for some reason, Chevrolet say people not buying sports cars no more. So except for the Corvette, that's overpriced. Most people can't afford the Corvette. That's why they should have kept the Camaro. So we'll see what happens. I don't know what's going to go down with Honda and some of these other brands. They claim that Honda might come into NASCAR, and I hope they don't. But we'll see what happens in the next couple of years with that situation. Oh, yeah, a couple other things I want to talk about, Steve. I heard people they were talking about monkey gouger last.
Yeah, well, hold that thought there, Eagle, because we're up to the top of the hour. We'll get a news break. Come back with more on a Friday morning. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Washington State Attorney General Nick Brown says the state will continue to challenge Trump administration policies they believe violate the Constitution.
The President of the United States and his administration has failed to follow the Constitution, has failed to follow laws passed by Congress, and we cannot let that stand.
Washington is leading lawsuits on transgender health care and birthright citizenship. Brown says they're fighting to protect Washington laws and the values of Washingtonians. The Russian government says Ukraine will be involved in peace talks to end the war between the two nations, but there will be a separate line of communication between the U.S. and Russia.
This is a very interesting situation, but the Ukraine war has to end.
A spokesman for the Kremlin said it could take a few months to set up a meeting between Trump and Putin. It's been suggested that a return to the country's pre-war borders is unlikely. Kash Patel is one step closer to becoming FBI director. Before a vote to send his nomination to the Senate floor, Judiciary Committee Chair Chuck Grassley criticized Democrats for going after Patel.
They show that Mr. Patel won't receive fair consideration from the opposition, and they're directed at a nominee who served his country during both Democratic and Republican administrations.
The committee voted 12-10 in favor of sending Patel's nomination to the Senate floor. This comes after committee members like Illinois Democrat Dick Durbin accused Patel of personally directing the ongoing firings of FBI agents. Honda and Nissan are calling off their plans to team up.
Both automakers announced Thursday that their proposed multi-billion-dollar merger is not happening, pointing at ongoing discussions regarding business structure. The companies also highlighted the auto market changing rapidly as another reason for the deal being scrapped. Instead, Honda and Nissan said they'll still work together on the intelligence of electrified vehicles. The proposed merger was announced back in December. I'm Matt Mattinson.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of the United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Plastic straws will remain banned in New York and New Jersey despite President Trump's executive order to bring them back.
Trump signed the executive order earlier this week to reverse a Biden-era plan to phase out plastic straws, claiming the paper ones don't work and quickly fall apart. Trump's order, which could go into effect within 45 days, applies to the federal government's food service operations. Kristen Marks.
The CDC reports that preliminary data shows that flu deaths are outpacing COVID-19 deaths in 22 states for the first time since the start of the pandemic.
With 1.7% of all U.S. deaths attributed to the flu, compared with 1.5% of all deaths attributed to COVID. The gap between flu and COVID deaths is widest in Washington, Oregon, California, Wyoming, and Hawaii, where there's been a doubling of the numbers. The CDC also says that more than 3 times as many people are being hospitalized for the flu over COVID. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Ozempic, the popular diabetes and weight loss drug, reduces alcohol cravings and liquor consumption.
That's what the first clinical trial involving GLP-1 drugs is showing, according to research published in the journal JAMA Psychiatry. The study involving 48 people with moderate alcohol use disorder demonstrated that people on low doses of Ozempic for just 9 weeks drank significantly less than those on a placebo. Researchers at the University of Southern California Institute for Addiction Science conducted the study, and they believe that Ozempic and similar drugs like Mounjaro could be the future in treating many of the 30 million Americans with alcohol use disorder. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, welcome back. Another hour. which means we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone. Happy Valentine's Day, right? That's where we are, 14th day of February. Hey, yes, that is a full moon shining bright this early Friday morning. It is 844-844-3388. On occasion, I'll buy some scratch-off lottery tickets. We all want the big one, right? And never been the lucky one, but this truck driver says he's going to keep on driving after a multi-million-dollar lottery win in California. Trucker Joel McCauley says he bought the winning scratch-off ticket at Liquor, Tobacco, and More in Mountain View, California, just like he does every morning. This time, McCauley says he knew he had won something. Had no idea it was such a huge prize until he double-checked his winnings through the California Lottery app. At first, I thought it was $7,500, which I'd take that. But as soon as the app confirmed it was $7.5 million, I turned my truck around and took the ticket home to leave it there. After that, he says he went on to work as if nothing had happened. Now, he says he has won $10,000 a couple of times over his 20 years of buying scratch-off tickets, but this is the largest prize he's ever claimed. He says he plans to invest his winnings and continue driving a truck for a living. Man, could you imagine that feeling? Is that right? $7.5 million? Wow. All right, back with Eagle. Had a couple other things on his mind this morning. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, Steve, like I said, like I was saying before the break, Donald Trump, we finally got a president, Steve, that actually cares about the USA and put USA number one like it should be. Joe Biden, that loser, he hasn't been seen, since he left the White House, and hopefully he won't be seen again. Or next time he's seen, he's hopefully he'll be in a courtroom or something when under investigation. Hopefully next time I see him. But Donald Trump goes to all these different events. Joe Biden never went to none of these events. The Super Bowl, he never went to the Daytona 500. All these different events that make America great. It's almost like these people hated the country that they represented, Steve. And now we finally got a president who actually appreciates the country that he's the leader of. And it makes me feel good to know, that we have a man like that in the White House who actually is proud of the country that he represents, unlike, Barack Obama, who openly said that he, for the first time in his life, he was happy to be an American when he had got in the White House. It's unbelievable that somebody would say something like that and still want to represent this country. But we got a man now, Steve, and he's making America great again. He's weeding these people out day by day. The people, these imposters, and like I told another guy the other day, Donald Trump made that mistake, Steve, and I think that's what's going on with these ICE units and these FBIs. Hopefully, Cash Patel will take care of that when he get qualified next week. I told you this before. I told you this 8 years ago, Steve. Donald Trump should have cleaned house. Nobody from the previous administration should be a part of Donald Trump's cabinet, Steve. Nobody. You see what they did for the last 4 years. I just got through explaining to you how these people despise the country that they represent. And I believe you got people that are informing these trendy Nicaraguans and bad people that ICE is coming They need to find out who these people are, and they need to be terminated. Donald Trump, like I say, he should have done that on day one. I don't give a damn about no holdover. I don't care if he was a good worker for Joe Biden. I don't care who he was. He got to go. He got to get out the door. He got to go find something else to do, because I don't trust these people, Steve. These people are backstabbers. They stabbed Donald Trump in the back the first time he was in the White House, and they'll do it again. Everybody needs to go. And when Cash Patel gets in, Kennedy just got his deal. Now got qualified today, and all these other people. When Donald Trump get his team together, it should be only a Donald Trump team. People that Trump put in the White House, Steve. These people are a bunch of backstabbers, such as Mitch McConnell. He's still all four of Donald Trump's nominees. He calls himself a Republican, Steve, but yet he has voted no on every single one of Donald Trump's people that he wanted for these different departments. But yet Mitch McConnell calls himself a Republican. And you know, my man, you are not a Republican, and you haven't been one for a long time. You need to go ahead, either get the hell out of Washington, or go ahead and run as a Democrat, because that's exactly what he is, Steve. There's no more games to be played in 2024, 25, especially with me. So I'm gonna repeat myself one more time. Anybody that was in the White House for the last 4 years associated with Joe Biden, you get your walking pass, my man. Go find you another job. Go work for somebody else, because we don't need you. We need people in the White House that's trying to make America great again, Steve. I'm sick and tired of these backstabbers. They putting the ICE units in jeopardy. You can talk to, you got several police that call your show, and they'll tell you that's the worst thing that you can do is have a guy informing people when they come in. You're setting the officers up for an ambush or something bad to happen, and notifying these individuals. Tom Homan is pissed off about it. Bondi's pissed off about it, and everybody else, Trump's pissed off about it. They need to find out who these people are that are informing these bad guys that ICE is coming for them, and get them the hell out of the White House. I'm tired of dealing with these people, because it's time to make America great again and put America back as the number one country in the world, that where we should be and always has been. And anybody that don't feel like America is number one, you get the hell out of the country and go find somewhere else to live. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, on a Friday morning, speaking of the walking papers, wow, a report comes out this past day that mass layoffs of multiple U.S. government agencies have begun as President Trump and the DOJ accelerate their purge of Americans' bureaucracy. According to union sources and employees familiar with the layoffs, speaking to Reuters this past day, termination emails have been sent in the past 48 hours to scores of government workers, mostly recently hired employees that were still on probation at the Education Department, the Small Business Administration, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the Office of Personnel Management, and the General Services Administration, which manages many federal buildings. Further, the Department of Energy is set to lay off most or all of its estimated 2,000 probationary employees this past day. It is not immediately clear Thursday how many federal workers stood to lose their job in this first wave, but this fulfills Trump's vow to reduce the size of government and root out the deep state, referencing the bureaucrats he views as not sufficiently loyal. The agency finds that you're not fit for continued employment because your ability, knowledge, and skills do not fit the current needs. Your performance has not been adequate to justify further employment with the agency. That is the letters sent to at least 45 probationers at the Small Business Association. Reuters saw a copy of the termination letter. Letters to at least 160 recent hires at the Education Department told them that their continued employment would not be in the public interest. About 100 probationary employees received termination letters on Wednesday at the GSA. One employee who said he had 1 month left till his probation period ended had been receiving excellent performance reviews, was told this week that he will be dismissed on Friday. Up until 2 weeks ago, this was an absolute dream job, he said. Now it's become an absolute nightmare. I have small children and a mortgage to pay. According to the government data, about 280,000 civilian government workers were hired less than 2 years ago, most still on probation. Now, Trump has tasked Musk and Doge, the temporary government agency, to undertake a massive downsizing of the 2.3 million strong civilian federal workforce. Now, the Trump administration is encouraging agencies to use the probationary period as it was intended, as a continuation of the job application process, not an entitlement for permanent employment. Now, this cost-cutting initiative has sown a bit of panic among thousands of federal workers in the U.S. Capitol who fear they may be the next target. Trump's defended the effort, saying the federal government is too bloated and that too much money is lost with fraud and waste. While there is bipartisan agreement on the need for government reform, critics have kind of questioned the blunt force approach of Elon Musk, who has amassed extraordinary influence. In a video call addressing the World Government Summit in Dubai this past day, Musk said, we do need to actually delete entire agencies. Now, he sent Doge members into at least 15 government agencies where they've gained access to computer systems with personal and financial information, and in some cases sent workers home. They have led a successful drive to hollow out two agencies. Of course, USAID, number one, and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. About 70 probationary workers at the CFPB were sent termination letters Tuesday night. All right, it is 844-844-3388, Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, the other item Eagle mentioned there was these leaks that are taking place in some of the sanctuary cities around the country, where some of these Violent gang members are getting tipped off about ICE coming into town, making raids. Aurora, Colorado was one of the first cities that experienced such a situation a couple weeks ago. An update from Breitbart this past day, clarifying that leaks have interfered with the work of border czar Tom Homan, according to one Aurora City Council member, Danielle Jurinsky. Appearing in an interview this past morning, Jurinsky is the councilwoman who actually blew the lid off the violent gang activity of the Tren de Aragua in her city. Going back months and months ago, when it all first unfolded, where their Tren de Aragua were taking over actual apartment complexes and things of that nature, despite constant smears against her and denial from other officials. But she has now been proven to be correct. And now Homan is on the case. While there have been arrests, some of the operations have been delayed or thwarted due to these leaks. She revealed in the interview, I heard it was over 100 people arrested, but then I heard that it was leaked beforehand, and they knocked on some doors and they were empty. That's right. That's exactly right. We do believe it was leaked beforehand. Yeah, well, they were supposed to come in the week before, explaining that the PIO out of the Buckley Space Force Base leaked it, posted it, and put it out to the media. That's when Congressman Jason Crow, the Democrat of Colorado, flared up, saying, this will not happen on my watch, blah, blah, blah. So the operation got delayed. They said they were delaying this option or this operation, so it was the following week, meaning technically last week, but somebody had very much tipped off. There were still several arrests made. They did make dozens and dozens of arrests of confirmed Tren de Aragua members, but also folks that were here that had some sort of a criminal background, either from their home country or crimes they had committed here. They did make several arrests, but it was leaked. My message to Tom Homan, and I met him personally when he came out here to Aurora, my message to Tom is, thank you so much, and do not listen to any other elected officials in Colorado who say they're going to stand in your way. Reach out to me. Reach out to me, and I will open the doors on any part of the city you want. I will let you in. Let's get this done for the American people. Okay, Aurora, Colorado. It is 844-844-3388. Well, there's Sundance. Happy Valentine's Day.
Hey, Steve. Oh, to you too, my lovely friend. Hey, we're trying to make America great again, and I'm trying to figure out when was that we're trying to get to, so I would know when to recognize it. What year are we looking at?
I don't know, Sundance.
Well, I mean, when were we great, Steve? That's all I'm asking. It's not a trick question.
Oh, it is a trick question.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. I have no malice in this question. I'm just trying to figure, was it the 50s? Was it 60s, 70s, 40s? I'm not going back to the 1800s. I'm not saying that. I'm trying to figure out what we were great. The greatest generation, is it in that time frame when we had the greatest generation? Is it in that time frame?
Anything better than the
last... Because I've got a solution.
Anything's better than the last 4 years, Sundance.
Okay. Would that be the 80s? Steve, it's not a trick. I'm just asking.
Well, sure it is. I mean, the answer to the question is what we're doing right now to make the country greater is rooting out the corruption in D.C., the leftist-leaning ideals with all the LGBT and the DEI. You know what the answer is. You just don't want to admit it.
Oh, okay. Okay, no, I wouldn't even go in there. I'm talking about, was it when we were the most prosperous as people? Or when our families were together? It was marriages.
It was a time when you were proud to stand up and look at the American flag and feel like you live in a country that you are proud to live in. That hasn't been the case as of late. You are proud to sign up to serve in the military, to risk your life, to go into foreign countries, to fight for the freedom that America has, that other countries do not have. That's when America was great. And the Democrats under Barack Obama and Joe Biden have ripped that away for most American people. We have not been proud of our country. How's that?
Okay, all right. So we were proud of it under Reagan and George W. Bush Jr. and George Sr. We were proud then, right?
I was a hell of a lot prouder under Ronald Reagan. George W. left a little bit to be desired. George H.W., no, he wasn't per se. He was a part of the deep state. He was a New World Order guy. I mean, it's not necessarily all Republicans or all Democrats that make you proud. Democrats definitely make me not proud. Okay. There are a number of Republicans who I have not been proud of. Just because there's an R after their name doesn't mean I think they're good.
Right. I mean, I don't like either party. So, I mean, I really don't.
Yeah. But that's what we got.
I'm trying. All right. So, all right. So here's the thing. Why does inflation happen?
Biggest contributor is spending more than you have to spend.
Okay. And that's not just the government, right? That's the people that are like you and me when we spend more than what we take in, right?
Well, I mean, that's not really inflation. That's just overspending. But the government, what's causing prices to get higher? And I mean, there is discussion right now. I mean, if we go with the tariffs, we may actually end up paying more. But supposedly there's an end goal there that will be better off in the long run. I'll wait to see if that I'll wait to see if that comes to fruition. But all right, I'm going to get to the news break. We'll be right back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Inflation rose more than expected last month. January's Consumer Price Index, which measures the cost of goods and services, increased by 5% for the month. It also pushed the yearly inflation rate to 3%, which was above projections. The CPI jumped 4% for January, putting the yearly rate at 3.3%. The White House says it shows that the Biden administration left them a mess to deal with. The Trump administration is reportedly set to buy $400 million worth of armored Tesla vehicles.
The procurement appeared Wednesday in a State Department document and didn't specify what type of Tesla vehicle was being purchased. Tesla is owned by Elon Musk, who's been given power by President Trump to cut spending in the federal government. The State Department edited the document. It now says the federal contract is for $400 million worth of armored electric vehicles with no mention of Tesla. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, back on Friday, Valentine's Day. Hope you've had a good week. We look forward to the weekend. All right, in response to Sundance's question, he said it wasn't a trick question. I did my best to, off the top of my head, to give my opinion of when America... I didn't grow up. I didn't know the 40s, the 50s. Yeah, born in the mid-60s, but really I'm a child of the 70s, 80s, 90s. Those were good times for me. But I did a quick search to see what I could come up with as far as what does Donald Trump, when does he think America was really great? And he was asked that question going back prior to his first election. If Donald Trump wants to make America great, that leads to the question, when was the last time America was actually great? Trump's answer in an interview to the New York Times to that question, when he was asked, when was the last time the country reached your idea of the right balance in terms of defense in terms of trade. To which he said it was during periods of military and industrial expansion at the onset of the 20th century and again in the years after World War II. He said, if you look back, there was a period of time when we were developing at the turn of the century, which was a pretty wild time for the country and pretty wild in terms of building that machine that was the machine that was based on entrepreneurship. He did point out the late 40s and 50s, a time when we were not pushed around. We were respected by everybody. We had just won a war. We were pretty much doing what we had to do. Now, interestingly, it says not on his list, the Reagan era. As much as I liked Ronald Reagan, Trump said he started NAFTA. Now, Clinton really was the one that NAFTA had been a disaster for our country. Yeah, Clinton is the one, as you know, that got it done, but it was conceived before Clinton. Now, you could say maybe those people that conceived it did not what ultimately was signed, because there were a lot of changes made to it by the time it was finalized. But NAFTA, a disaster for our country. Yeah, the NAFTA, signed by former President Clinton in late 1993. Of course, that was one of the first things once he was elected, the first time around, scrapped NAFTA. Everyone said it couldn't be done, and actually came up with the Canada, Mexico, USA, the new agreement. And I guess even at this point in time, it sounds like he wants more than that. Kind of almost with these signs of possible tariffs on Canada, Mexico, wanting even more to be done. I don't know. When was America great last under your lifetime, Pappy?
Well, I'd have to say the Reagan years. I was young enough to remember the Carter years. I remember the Nixon years. I was, a young kid at the time. I was born in 59, Steve, under Eisenhower. Obviously, I don't remember him.
Right.
But, as I got out of high school and was becoming an adult, I remember how the economy was, Steve. I remember when I went to buy my first house, the daggone interest rates were like 18%. I remember the gas lines and boom, boom, boom. And then I was in the military under Carter. And when Reagan took office, Steve, the change, especially in the military, was obviously noticeable, and especially to the guys that were in longer than I was in. There was no money for training. When Reagan got in, he boosted the military budget, and there was more training, and the morale in the military just went up. And then when I got out, and the economy was booming, he got us out of that. Them Carter years. So as far as the economy goes, I'd have to say probably under the Reagan years, and things just kind of were, slow as normal after, the old Clinton years, the Bush years, and then obviously Obama gets in office, and we had that disaster 2009 that hit with the housing industry. And Steve, the reason that happened is because they were giving people loans that they knew could not afford the loan.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd have to say the Reagan years. But here's the thing, Steve, is you are 100% right. And something I guess Sundance don't understand about us. We don't care if you're Republican or Democrat. we'll call you out, you know, and I think we should have a volunteer or some female volunteer to call in and be Sundance's Valentine's. I think he needs a Valentine's.
There you go.
And Steve, when you talked about inflation, when he asked about us average people out here, if we spend over our means, Steve, it doesn't really affect the economy. If it does, he can call back in and explain it to me. Now, when the government spends more than their means, what do, Steve? What can the government do that we as people can't do?
Print more money. Bingo. Yep.
They just print more money like it's, you know, which it does grow on trees. I mean, we get paper from wood. I mean, oh
how,
my God.
How sweet would it be if I had a printer here where I could just print all I need in the secret bunker? I mean, that would be awesome. Living the high life.
Yeah, wouldn't it? Yes, sir. And counterfeits love it, man. Steve, it's just so simple. It's just this simple. If you're playing the game of Monopoly, right, and you start the game and everybody's handed out their singles and fives and tens and you get a couple 500s, and right before the first person rolls the dice, you say, hey, hold on. We're gonna triple everybody's money. Somebody's gonna be willing to pay a lot more money for that same piece of property. It's just that simple, Steve.
Yeah.
You know, prices are going to go up. The cost of living, inflation is going to go up. You dump more money on the table. Man, what the heck was I really going to call about? You kind of caught me off guard there. Oh, Cash Patel. Steve, we got to get him in, man. I just found out listening to you that they got Robert Kennedy sworn in.
Yep.
Outstanding. Agree with Eagle, man. We need to get these people in, make some changes in this government. If Sundance is all on board, which I don't think he is, I mean, how can he justify the corruption that is going on in D.C.? And Steve, we've been saying it, Republicans, Democrats alike, I don't care. If you're a crook, you're a crook. If you're stealing from us taxpayers and blowing this money and pocketing it and getting kickbacks, you are a crook. When you steal money from somebody else and line your pockets, that makes you a crook, and I can't stand a thief. And I don't see how he could not be on board with putting an end to this corruption in our government. That's where these Democrats are really shooting themselves in the foot. They're trying to pounce on Musk and Trump for trying to do what he said about draining the swamp. And one thing about Trump is, Steve, like I said before, man, we all knew D.C., was corrupt, but to the extent, I had no idea the extent how corrupt our government really was. I mean, my God. Just think if Hillary Clinton would have got elected the first time, Steve, where our country would be right now. My goodness. So, I don't know, man. We got a chance here to really put a kibosh to all this corruption and stealing of our money. when these Democrats talk about Social Security, Steve, the amount of corruption that has been going on with our Social Security, the millions and millions of dollars of fraud, right, taken away from our citizens who have paid into this, and when it comes time for them to collect, to be able to collect, and what did they say by the year 2031 or 32 that money might be gone? You're not going to get Social Security. To take that from the citizens that earned this, that paid into it their whole lives, and the government just steals it from them. I was listening, I don't know if it was during all these interviews now, or press conferences, I guess, Trump has been doing. I think it was Musk that came out and said, dude, the amount of fraud that we're seeing in the Social Security, the checks being mailed out to people that don't exist, right? The millions and millions of dollars just being wasted in Social Security.
And and when they if they send a check out to someone that's 150 years old, well, who cashes it? Where does it go? Yeah, who cashes it?
Yeah, where's it going? It's circling around right into the pockets of these DC swamp rats. It's exactly where it's going. God, I mean, how many times have we said you become a senator or a House representative,
Yep.
And Steve, what do they make? 150, 200,000? No more than 200,000, I don't think, a year.
Right.
Right?
Yep.
You're in D.C. for 5 years, and next thing you know, you're worth $15 million? What the hell? Oh. Anyway, we need to get Cash Patel in here, man. This FBI needs to be disbanded. They don't need an overhauling. They need to disband the FBI. Get rid of all the corruption. Hire back the good ones. Rename it something else. And put them back to work catching criminals. And investigating real terrorists. Not the moms attending school board meetings.
Yep.
Because it's deep, man. I mean, when you got people inside the FBI dropping a dime, letting these criminals know when the po-po are coming after them, that's embarrassing, man. I can't understand how anybody that carries a badge, right, especially a federal badge, where they, I guess, worship their Democratic Party or Republican Party, I don't care, over the crazy nonsense and not what's good for the country. The CIA, man, I mean, we all know that, they get into some crazy stuff, but my God, Steve, I mean, what the hell, man? They need to do some real thinking about the CIA. I mean, it was formed after World War II. I'm sure, man, Sylvester or Vic could probably really enlighten us, but the CIA was formed after World War II. And it was meant to knock down infiltrate other countries and keep the world in check so we can stay in power. But they went rogue. And they went rogue, Steve, and when they turned against their own country, the CIA turned against their own country when they were involved with this whole Trump scandal stuff, this Russian collusion and all. Steve, it's all fake and all made up, and the FBI, the CIA, all had their paws in this. Knowing that this information is false, and they still go into a FISA court, a federal court, and flat out lie to a judge to obtain warrants to spy on Trump. Unbelievable that this happens in our country. And it's been happening for probably decades, man. Just do the right thing, man. When you raise your kids, you just try to raise them right. Tell them to do the right thing in life. Be kind to people. Don't mistreat people. Don't judge people by the color of their damn skin. And just try to be a good person. And Steve, what the hell happened to this country, man?
Yep.
All right, brother. Thanks for taking the call. Thanks to Wheelchair Dave again, if you're listening, buddy. Thank you much. And everybody have a safe weekend. Stay safe. Hammer down. Appreciate you taking the call, Steve.
All right. Enjoy the weekend and make sure to pack your raincoat, umbrella, galoshes, because it sounds like we may need it.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Back at it here, Friday, TGIF, and Sergeant MacGyver. How you been?
Yes, sir. A happy casual Friday. I've been great, Steve, and I've been keeping up with the show, even though I don't always get to listen every night. I sure listen to the podcast. So, got several things, if you'll bear with me. First off, God bless Eagle. He's spot on. Mitch McConnell, my senior senator from the state of Kentucky, is a piece of garbage. Him and his wife, Elaine Chao, have failed to realize the strength and the power of MAGA. And I'm not sure exactly what they're trying to do, but you know how it is when you've got politicians on the take like Joe Biden was for his whole life. And then in comes Trump, who can't be bought, bribed, or shut up, and they just can't take it. And so, Mitch McConnell, you just need to go on and fade away before you just die in office like a few of the others. God bless you, Pappy. My God, born in '59, still out there wearing a badge and serving. Thank you for everything you do. I've been to combat, and that's why when I was recruited by many state police and locals, I turned it down. I've been to combat. You, sir, go to combat every day. God bless you and the rest of them that wear badges and guns and keep us safe. Steve, I want to turn to Sundance, our angry little friend. I dealt with petty people like him most, if not all of my military career, especially after I had 3 years in. I was very young, very gung-ho, and promoted quite ahead of my peers. And I dealt with the people like Sundance, and I just want to give Sundance some free, unsolicited advice. Find the closest mirror, look in the mirror, stand up, man up, and admit your mistakes. You were suckered into a lease program, and only 1% or less of lease operators complete that program. Face the facts. You failed because you were set up for failure. Those who survive that are incredibly good business people. And to be an owner-operator out here, sure, there's some that are successful more than others, but you've got to be a business person first. And Sundance, my friend, until you face yourself in the mirror, stand up and face yourself and explain to yourself, self, I made these mistakes, and make changes, you're going to continue to fail. Which leads me to great America. Steve, I'm the eternal optimist. I think America has always been great, and people like Obama and Biden, they detract from it. They try to knock America down, and they pull the slick Democratic ways of creating these big government programs so they can take the kickbacks, they can scrape the money off, hide things behind their back, but the American people pay the bills. Just like I've said before, probably one of the last times I'd spoken to you, my apologies, but when you have a war like the Ukrainian war, the only people that are winning is the military-industrial complex and the politicians that prop them up. So, anyway, it baffles me how there's so many stories that aren't making the mainstream media. So that turns me to, and forgive the shameless plug, but I'm a big Newsmax guy.
Okay. I am too, but we got to pause there. We'll be back following the news break.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has finished meeting with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the White House. He lauded the relationship between the two nations in a press conference.
The U.S.-India Compact for the 21st century is a historic initiative that will deepen every aspect of our partnership and our friendship.
Trump said the U.S. this year would increase military sales to India by billions of dollars, while adding he was paving the way to give the country F-35 stealth fighter planes. The Prime Minister's visit follows a controversial U.S. deportation flight earlier this month, which saw over 100 illegal Indian migrants return to their home nation. President Trump is ordering reciprocal tariffs. He said the latest tariffs will charge countries what they charge the U.S. and spoke about waivers when he made that announcement.
This is a simple system. I mean, there wouldn't be any. And in the case of Apple, I gave them a waiver, an exemption in my first term because Samsung was in South Korea.
Trump said the value-added tax system used by other nations will be considered tariffs. Prices for some items could go up, but ultimately will come down, and they could go into effect at the beginning of April. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is the new head of the Department of Health and Human Services. Kennedy was interviewed on Fox News this evening.
What we're going to do is give people good science. We don't have good safety studies on almost any of the vaccines.
Kennedy says he'll implement a Make America Healthy Again plan, which he said aims to refocus U.S. health priorities away from infectious diseases. There were some fireworks at Capitol Hill over Elon Musk's new Department of Government Efficiency. Republicans defended the moves to eliminate overspending, which they say has been growing for years.
D.C. politicians and too many obstinate bureaucrats have coordinated as essentially the largest money laundering scheme in history.
Texas Congressman Michael Cloud there. Democrats say cost-cutting needs to come from Congress. From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Honda and Nissan are calling off their plans to team up.
Both automakers announced Thursday that the proposed multi-billion-dollar merger is not happening, pointing at ongoing discussions regarding business structure. The companies also highlighted the auto market changing rapidly. Instead, Honda and Nissan said they'll still work together on the intelligence of electrified vehicles. I'm Matt Mattinson.
A federal judge is allowing President Trump's employee buyout plan to continue.
Last month, Trump offered money to millions of federal employees to get them to quit, but multiple labor unions filed lawsuits soon after, saying the administration did not have legal authority to offer such buyouts. A judge issued a temporary freeze on the administration's offer, but on Wednesday, the same judge announced the unions lacked legal standing in their lawsuits. Now the buyout offer is back on the table for roughly 2 million federal workers. I'm Mark Mayfield.
There are bipartisan talks about the purchase of Greenland.
Senator Ted Cruz says this is not as far-fetched as some make it out to be.
Much of the history of our nation was formed by acquiring territory. In 1803, President Thomas Jefferson negotiated the Louisiana Purchase.
The Texas Republican heads the Commerce Committee, which held hearings this week about the strategic importance of Greenland. He pointed to trade routes and a growing influence of China and Russia in the Arctic region. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 342 points. The S&P 500 gained 63 points. The NASDAQ gained 295 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome into a Friday. And to you as well, happy Valentine's Day, right? This hour, SpaceX. When will the massive Starship attempt to take to the skies once again? Yeah, we are weeks after the last Starship launched and involved an explosion that rained rocket parts across the Caribbean and disrupted air traffic. Got a full update coming your way. We left off, though, with Sergeant MacGyver. Great to have you with us this morning. And we were talking about you're a big fan of Newsmax. Yes.
Yes, Steve, sorry about the rant. I barely gave you a chance to pause me there. Thanks for holding me over. Did you see where Greg Kelly had the spouse of one of the founders of Burisma? Actually, she's the widow of one of the Burisma founders. Did you see where he had her on there about a week, 10 days ago? He had her on the show.
I did not.
He actually, and I apologize, she wasn't on the show, but it was a interview recorded that he played a lot of that interview. But basically, she had said that she witnessed her former husband, who was mysteriously killed by gang members. She watched him go to their personal safe, pull out 250,000 euros, and give them to a middleman to pass on to Joe Biden. But here's what's interesting about the whole story. That was 2008, when Biden was running with Obama as his vice president. I tell this story because, again, it's amazing how these stories don't make the lamestream media and their interesting suppression of the truth and facts. But basically, so Obama is a slickster. Biden was either too comfortable or too incompetent to be so slick about the money laundering and keeping his mouth shut. But Obama knew what Biden was doing. The proof is there. He just looked the other way because what was Biden doing? Biden was not only lining his pockets, but he was pumping dollars, millions of dollars, into their campaign coffers. So, again, I go back to, the people that are winning these wars is the military-industrial complex, the contractors, and the crooked politicians like Biden and Obama that get money slid to them behind the scenes under the table. I think it was you, sir, that reported the other night that AOC is now worth $29 million.
That was what it said, yep.
Did I catch that correct?
That was correct, yes. How's that possible?
Isn't that...
5 or 6 years.
Isn't that amazing?
Yep.
Very slick. Steve, thanks for what you do. God bless you, and safe travels to all those that keep America rolling.
Good to hear from you, Sergeant MacGyver. Thank you very much. Hey, let me get to Vic's been hanging in there. Morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I was just thinking about that. When was America great? That depends on the individual. I don't think the minorities thought the 50s were very good. Other people thought they were quite good. Farmers didn't think the 1980s with Reagan was very good. And I could go on and on ad nauseum. So that's kind of I would just say a specious question, or that's not the term. It's kind of like the question, like, when did you quit beating your wife? You can't answer yes or no. It's taken totally out of context. And so It just strikes me as odd that they would say that. But the one thing I was calling up was, they've been trying to delay Trump's agenda forever, and they're back to using lawfare again. And some of the decisions that these judges are making, I wondered how many of those judges were rushed through they're in the last stages of the Biden administration, because they're judges, they're lawyers. Surely they're familiar with the Constitution if they want to be a federal judge. And Article 2 covers the executive branch, and the executive branch is given authority to make sure that the funds that Congress gives them is well spent. And I was trying to think who it was, but there are several cases that have come up over the years. And I believe that Thomas Jefferson was the first president that actually was subject to that, because he was trying to get a better deal on something. I forget what it was. But the only reason that I can figure that these judges are doing this and the other people are doing it is to delay Trump from getting his full administration up to speed and what he wants. And the deal, the other night I was talking about Trump and his terrorists trying to affect social agenda. And then you were talking about the whole deal there with these different gangs and people were reporting on it. What these people, what Trump's opponents fail to realize is that they're trying to use the Refugee Reform Act of 1980, which that supersedes the Immigration and Naturalization Act of 1975. But you have to get to this country as a refugee for that to apply to you. When you come in here illegally, you gave up your rights as a refugee. So therefore, all this sanctuary city stuff and everything else, which was in the Refugee Reform Act of 1980, that doesn't apply. If you're here illegally, and you violated the Immigration and Naturalization Act of 1975, and that's what Tom Homan, I believe, was trying to point out. So the judges, how they can, I just don't understand how somebody go all the way through law school and achieve judgeships and not fully understand that. Maybe they really don't. They missed a class or two somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing that I was happy to see Trump went to the reciprocal tariff is basically, that's getting back to the old thing. I couldn't think of that word the other night, reciprocity, but that's the way that tariffs used to work. And then they come along with the free trade deals and foreign trade zones and all that, which really they have not been very beneficial to anybody but the very wealthy people. And real quick, you was wondering about the CIA. That was all created in the National Security Act of 1947, which created the U.S. Air Force and the CIA, and most of those people come from the Office of Strategic Services that was affected in World War II. And if you look at the people that developed the profile for the OSS people, it was actually a person that was from Britain, and they helped to set up that OSS. And one of those persons was a communist, they found out later, and the other one was a homosexual. So it's not too surprising how they set up the personality profile to get in there. But I'm sorry, I digressed there on that, but they mentioned that. But that's where the CIA come from, and they have been involved in so many different things, and they've actually been involved in the cocaine trade and a whole lot of other things. And back in the Iran-Contra deals, the whole deal with Mena, Arkansas there, and I think it was the Intermountain airport that they had there, and there was 2 young boys, and that's still that were killed because they were on a railroad track one night and seen somebody. I guess they seen something they weren't supposed to see, and as far as I know, that's still an unsolved murder case in Arkansas. So they have been involved in a lot of nasty stuff. But back to the deal there with Trump and all that, I don't know why he can't go through the civil service, and see who's needed and basically before he did that, he offered the buyout special, and a lot of people getting close to retirement were probably happy to take the buyout, and they're a lot better paid than their probationary employees. And I didn't realize they now have a 2-year probationary period, but that I can see where he's going to run into some trouble on that. But the simple fact of the matter is, he mentioned the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and that's what goes back to, like you were talking about with Obama and that housing crisis. Do you remember the whole too big to fail thing with
Absolutely,
the bank?
yes.
To where that they... Yep. Okay, well, that's when they set up that agency, Central Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Well, I happen to have a federal government loan, and a major bank is supposed to service that loan. And when the HOA sued me, I was supposed to notify the federal agency that I had been sued, and also the bank. And what I got was, we can't help you. It's like, okay. So anyway, I don't know exactly what they're doing, because the central Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, they're not doing a very good job on that. So at least on my part, they didn't, because the whole deal with the HOA was, I learned a lesson. You don't want to buy into an HOA and a planned unit development until they have went through the whole thing and released it from the developer's HOA and established their own, because when the residents establish their own HOA, they can go back and change all the covenants. And I had a lawyer. He never filed the first motion of discovery, and I kept telling him, find out what changed, and let's see where the state law has changed. And then I go to court, and the judge says, well, you have to defeat the covenants. Well, in the covenants, it very plainly says that it goes the U.S. Constitution, British common law, the state laws, and the city, and on down the line. So the judge turned it absolutely upside down. But all that being said, it really wasn't that much anyway. But the bigger thing that concerned me was that whenever the covenants, they said nothing that we do here should effectuate the enjoyment and full use of the property. But the decision did. So anyway, I don't know if I'll follow civil service, not a civil service, but a civil rights discrimination lawsuit or not on that. There's been a few major law firms that have approached me on that, but lawsuits are very time consuming and very restrictive
and costly at the same time. You got to have, you got lawsuits mean lawyers, right? All right, Vic, thank you very much. So, SpaceX planning their next Starship test flight. Elon said in a recent government filing the earliest they could conduct another test for Starship is February 24th. Yeah, that's 10 days away. Right now, SpaceX is not permitted to fly the huge vehicle until it completes an investigation into the incident and they get regulatory clearance for another flight. Aviation safety officials have weighed potential changes to future launches to avoid a similar disruption to air travel, or worse, according to those involved in the discussions. The explosion that occurred with that last test flight is expected to be discussed this month by the Federal Aviation Administration Safety Panel that will review procedures for keeping aircraft safe if there's debris generated by space mishaps. And the panel was scheduled before the SpaceX explosion actually even occurred. SpaceX has said they would implement corrective actions to make improvements on future Starship test flights. That explosion minutes into that flight, January 16, alarmed air safety officials who were concerned that falling debris could cause a catastrophic aviation accident. It also alarmed residents of the Turks and Caicos, who've been cleaning up after debris from the vehicle rained down. Lori Kane, who said she often finds seashells and pieces of coral while walking the beaches of the island territory. Since that explosion occurred, she's been collecting pieces of the spacecraft, including lightweight heat shield tiles and what appears to be burned rubber. I'm pretty upset when I saw all the debris. She says, I want to know what the next steps are going to be with the regulatory body. She's worried about this stuff maybe being toxic. Starship, of course, is designed to enable deep space missions. The dream of sending humans to Mars. The rocket, roughly 400 feet tall when stacked up, the most powerful in history. Of course, we know SpaceX has a reputation for taking big risks, accepting crashes as a possibility from testing new rockets and new spacecraft. Current and former executives have said the failures, when they do occur, allow the company to gather data, learn quickly, and improve to hopefully prevent a future scenario. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for having me back there, Mr. Steve Sommers. Sundance, the United States of America has always been the greatest country in the world. It's got so many people trying to come over here. They want to come over here, and then some of them want to come over here and rip us off there. The Reagan was, we have inflation, not because the people are living too well, but just the government is living too well. And you can see that right now with those, man, they're tearing them up there, showing us where all this, these crooks are ripping us off. I don't want you to come over here and tell my years in the United States Supreme Court, buddy. Hey, I fought hard for this country. I'm proud of this country. But when they just sit down and shut up, that ain't gonna happen. Well, enough on all that there. Which those going to get on to the Department of Transportation and the FMCSA? I want to get rid of some of them people too, Steve. Maybe it'd make my life easier out here on the road. What do you think?
That absolutely. Well, that might be coming.
It might be. Well, on them eggs there, I want 3 eggs sunny side up, fried bologna, grits, some Dave's 21 grain bread, and a big old cup of coffee. And that'll be all of my bull on it for this go around right here, Steve. So, you gonna be my Valentine's today?
Sure, Knucklebuster. Why not?
Yeah, absolutely. Same back to you, Mr. Steve Summers. I'll make sure and give Mama Summers a big old hug for me, and I'll give one to Tennessee for you.
Have a great morning there, Knucklebuster. All right. So I think earlier he mentioned the USS Harry S. Truman needs some sort of automatic collision avoidance system. What the heck? The aircraft carrier, the USS Harry S. Truman, involved in a collision at sea Wednesday night. The Navy's 6th Fleet released a statement on the incident involving the 100,000-ton aircraft carrier. which occurred shortly before midnight in the Mediterranean Sea near Port Said, Egypt. The Nimitz-class aircraft carrier was involved in a collision with the merchant vessel Beskitas M at about 11:46 p.m. local time while operating in the vicinity of Port Said, Egypt. According to the statement, they said no one was injured in the collision. No flooding has been reported. The collision did not endanger the Harry S. Truman. There are no reports of flooding or injuries. The propulsion plants are unaffected and in a safe, stable condition. Now, according to ABC News, the aircraft carrier and its strike group have been operating in the Red Sea since mid-December as part of the mission to thwart the Houthi militant attacks being launched from Yemen at commercial vehicles transiting the vital waterway. Navy says the incident is currently under investigation. More information will be released as it becomes available. Okay, how does that happen? All right, hello from the lovely Dingbat, here for Valentine's Day edition of Interesting Facts, as we hope you have a great weekend. And remember those cheapskates that when you take the missus out for dinner, there are more options than the kids' menu at McDonald's. Thank you. Mr. Peabody is firing up the Wayback Machine. Wilson's found some interesting items as well. But first of all, birthdays on this date. Frederick Douglass in 1817 or 1867. Sakichi Toyoda was born. But here's a note. Toyota Automatic Loom Works, which later becomes Toyota Industries, but later his son would reestablish this company as Toyota Motors. And finally, in 1894, Jack Benny, the comedian Jack Benny, born on this date. Of course, today is Valentine's Day. Today is also National Cream-Filled Chocolates Day. How ironic. It is National Organ Donor Day, National Ferris Wheel Day, National Condom Day. Oh, boy. Finally, it's National Impotence Day. Why such a thing? I don't know. Looks like a lot of events taking place on this date in history throughout the years. 14th day of December. All right, so we'll delve a bit more into that coming up here. Sunrise, sunsets. It may be a photographer's dream, but for truck drivers, they can quickly turn into nightmares. Low-angle sunlight reduces visibility. It can distract even the most cautious motorists. What are the risks? Give you more on that. All coming up here on a Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Inflation rose more than expected last month. January's Consumer Price Index, which measures the cost of goods and services, increased by 5% for the month. It also pushed the yearly inflation rate to 3%, which was above projections. The CPI jumped 4% for January, putting the yearly rate at 3.3%. The White House says it shows that the Biden administration left them a mess to deal with. The Trump administration is reportedly set to buy $400 million worth of armored Tesla vehicles.
The procurement appeared Wednesday in a State Department document and didn't specify what type of Tesla vehicle was being purchased. Tesla is owned by Elon Musk, who's been given power by President Trump to cut spending in the federal government. The State Department edited the document. It now says the federal contract is for $400 million worth of armored electric vehicles with no mention of Tesla. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Yes, it is. And it's Friday. I don't know. I don't care what Cap and Ron said. It's the greatest day of the week, right? Of course, he's looking forward to Monday. Yeah, right. Yeah, talking about the sunrise and the sunsets. Your low-angle sunlight reduces visibility. As I mentioned, can distract even the most cautious motorists. They did an analysis, accident data from across the country to find the most dangerous states and cities for driving during what they call the golden hour and morning glare. Drivers and truckers surveyed to gather their experience and insights on staying safe during these challenging times. Driving during the morning glare, or what they refer to as the golden hour, can be more dangerous than many realize. With low-angle sunlight, diminishing visibility, these times of day present heightened risks, particularly for commuters navigating sunrise and sunset. Morning glare, 6 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. This period occurs shortly after sunrise when the low-angle sunlight near the horizon can cause visual discomfort or obviously reduced visibility. Timing, of course, varies by location. Oftentimes it affects the morning commute. The golden hour, 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. This period refers to the late afternoon near sunset, when low-angle sunlight and high traffic increases traffic accidents. Of course, that also varies by season and location. Time change, when you spring forward or fall back, that always sees that increase in accidents because people are, for the first time, changing, haven't been dealing with that sunrise or sunset, suddenly face that. Truck drivers who spend countless hours face significant challenges during golden hour and morning glare. These professionals responsible for navigating large vehicles under difficult conditions reported several struggles and shared how they reduced the risk. Nearly 1 in 5 truck drivers have been involved in an accident during one of those, either morning glare or golden hour. 78% of truck drivers believe it's more dangerous to drive during these times. 54% find it more challenging. 15% of truck drivers admitted to being frequently distracted by a scenic sunrise while on the job. 60% of truck drivers experienced at least temporary blindness or impaired visibility from sun glare. When we looked at the accident data, South Carolina stood out as the most dangerous state for both morning glare and the golden hour. South Carolina, one of the sunniest states, had the highest rate of accidents during these times. 2 other sunny southern states, Virginia and Florida, ranked next for morning glare accidents, 50.9 and 50.8% per capita. Accidents 1.3 times more likely to occur during morning glare than during the golden hour. The top 10 most dangerous states for morning glare based on accidents per capita. We mentioned number 1, South Carolina, Virginia, Florida, followed by Montana, California at number 5, Louisiana, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Tennessee rounds out the top 10. Vermont was actually the safest state for driving in morning glare and golden hour, with the lowest accident rates during those periods. Morning glare, but yes, indeed. Back to the phones on a Friday, TGIF. Welcome back, Eagle. What's happening?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, Steve. I got the comment on Sundance. No sooner than what I had just got through saying, Steve, about how great America was and how great it was to live in this country. This guy had the audacity to call in and ask you, when has America been great again? Well, I got a question for you, Sundance, my man. If you feel dissatisfied with America, brother, why you still here? You say America's not great. This is the last time I checked. There's more than America in this world. We need to have people that appreciate it, Steve. You got people coming to the USA from all over the world: Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, literally walking to the United States, trying to get in, willing to risk their lives, walking through some of the most dangerous places in the world. People overseas, Europe, Ukraine, Bosnia, you name it, people are trying to come in left and right, Steve. And for that guy to call in and had a gall to ask you, when was America great? Well, it's America's been great, and it's going to stay great, son, Dad. As long as we keep people out of Washington, like they just got rid of with the Biden administration. As long as we keep people like that out, America will thrive, Steve, and go on to be the greatest country in the world. But I'll guarantee you this, though, Sundance, my man. You say you may not like living in the USA, but I bet you ain't gonna buy no ticket no time soon, whether it be by air or sea to leave the United States. I bet you that, brother. So America can't be that great. It just pisses me off, Steve, when I hear people downgrade America, such as people like Whoopi Goldberg, women on The View, people like that say that this country is a warped country and things are not right, but yet they continue being here year after year after year. It ain't going nowhere. And if they was to leave, Steve, they'd be begging and pleading to come back. I promise you that. If they did go to another country, they would be begging and pleading to get in. So Donald Trump is doing his thing, Steve. Whether people like Trump or not, Trump is doing the right thing to try to make America great again. Elon Musk and everybody else he got associated with him is doing their thing to try to make America. Oh yeah, by the way, Pappy and the other guy, Sergeant, both of those guys, I appreciate both of them guys calling in, especially Pappy. He said I wanted him to say what I said about these people that are informing the bad guy that the police is coming. He said exactly what he should have said. It is wrong and it's not right, Steve. And these people are basically I forgot what the word is for people like that. They are when you turn on your own police and people that you work with and inform the bad guy. That's as low as you can. That's pretty damn low. So those people that are doing that, Steve, when Cash Patel get in with the FBI, Puppy said they should disband the whole thing. I don't know about that, but I know I don't know if they should disband the whole. But I know that the people that was in there, like I said earlier, that was in there with Joe Biden need to get the hell out of there, because those are the same people that tried to investigate Donald Trump and had the nerve to raid the man's house and then try to falsify documents by putting it in a bathtub. I mean, we got to laugh out of that, Steve. Well, do you really think Donald Trump would put classified documents in the bathtub of his home? That was a stage deal, and they took photographs of it to try to set up Donald Trump. And luckily, Donald Trump was able to get out of it, get the best lawyers in the world. Spent a lot of unnecessary money, Steve. Spent all summer in courtroom in New York City. The judge told him he had to be there day after day just to keep him off the campaign trail. The whole thing was a railroad. And like I said, I hope Cash Patel goes after all of them. They've already had some things go down in New York with Letitia James and some other attorneys there. They're getting what they deserve, Steve. There's a lot of those things that they did to Donald Trump is coming back and biting them, and that's exactly what's supposed to happen because Trump didn't deserve what he got. And luckily, the American people voted and did the right thing, Steve, and put him back in, because I can guarantee you, if Kamala would have got in, you think she would have been doing all this, Steve? You think she would have been trying to find all the money that's been missing, all the money that's going to people that it shouldn't go to? I doubt it. If America would have continued, it would have been another 4 years of Joe Biden in the White House with Kamala. Wouldn't a damn thing change? Instead of America being great again, Steve, the slogan would have been, America goes right on down the toilet drain even more. And that's exactly what would have happened if Kamala Harris would have got in the White House. Nothing but people like this idiot that just called you. They would be more than happy to see America will go right down the drain in the gutter. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Have a good weekend, Eagle. Thank you very much. Well, it is Valentine's Day. Wow, a lot of things on this date. Let's start off with 1859, Oregon, and in 1912, Arizona become admitted as states on this date. 1844, John Freeman and his party discovers Lake Tahoe while exploring the American West. 1849, James K. Polk is the first president to have his picture taken. 1876, the Supreme Court rules that Alexander Graham Bell rightfully invents the telephone over Elisha Gray. Also, 1876, Henry J. Heinz and his brother John and cousin Frederick founds Heinz Ketchup. 1919, United Parcel Service starts. 1929, on this date, Al Capone orders the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. Wow. 1931, the movie Dracula was released. Let's see, 1959, $3.6 million heroin seizure in New York City, or what would be $39 million in today's money. Wow. Brain Dead wanted me to throw in here that it was in 1971, Richard Petty wins his third Daytona 500 on his way to win the inaugural Winston Cup Championship. Finally, 1998, Eric Robert Rudolph was announced as a person of interest in an Alabama abortion bombing, who also committed the Olympic Park bombing in 1996. So there you go. This date, 14th day of February.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, Douglas, got you coming up here. Let's see, Pup is on board first. Morning, Pup. What's happening? Happy Friday.
Hey, how are you this morning?
I'm doing fine. Hey, did you get all that ice melted away, or are you still locked into a ice block?
Hell no. That's my across the thing, that's my driveway, and that's all stone. It costs a fortune to throw salt on all that. So unless it warms up enough to rain on Saturday, like they're saying, I'm pretty well screwed till after this big Arctic air thing comes in.
So did you get enough ice to kind of bring down any tree branches and power lines, or not quite?
No, I did not. Luckily, once we didn't have that much wind with it. If we'd have had wind with it, then it'd been worse. But I was halfway on my way to work last night. They called me and said, just turn around and go home. So, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't have to tell me twice. So. Hey, I don't know if you heard or not, over there in Jay County, which is the county south of mine, right across from Dark and Mercer County in your state, they had a house over there that had 1.5 million birds in it they had to destroy. Chicken or egg layers.
Really?
So, yep. And one of the guys I help out, he's got a chicken house. And I asked him, I said, how is this getting spread when everything is so pretty much airtight other than the fans? You got to have exhaust and intake fans for those chickens. And he said, well, there's two theories right now. Well, three, actually. It's either coming in the feed, it's airborne. But you remember here a while back, Dark County, Mercer County, and Jay County over in that area had all of those drones flying around?
Yeah, right.
I don't know if you remember that or not. Now, those three counties, one's in Indiana, the other two's in Ohio, but they're right there on the state line. They're kind of putting something together that maybe those drones were doing something, but I don't know. I've not heard that one. But I always think Pappy's got a lot of good ideas. I agree with him 99% of the time, but tonight, could you imagine if Sundance had a Valentine? He'd tell her, you know, back in 1962, this here box of chocolates would only cost 75 cents. But due to inflation by 5,000 some odd dollars.
Oh, boy.
Steve, yep. So we're out here rolling and still listening to you. So have a good weekend.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for checking in there. You know, based on the cost of inflation. All right, what else in the mix? Totally separate, kind of going back overseas. Yeah, we had the threat from President Trump. You've got till Saturday at high noon. Release the hostages, or all hell's going to break loose. He repeated that over the past week. Yeah, followed up with something akin to shock and awe. Hamas says this past day, Thursday, they will release 3 more Israeli hostages as planned, paving the way toward resolving a major dispute over the ceasefire in the Gaza. They had threatened to delay the next release, accusing Israel of failing to meet their obligations to allowing tents and shelters, among other alleged violations. Of course, Israel, with the support of President Trump, had threatened to renew the offensive if hostages were not freed. No immediate comment from Israel on the announcement from Hamas, but it should allow the ceasefire, at least for now, to continue. The future of that truce continues to remain in doubt. Hamas said its delegation held talks in Cairo with Egyptian officials and was in contact with Qatar's prime minister about bringing into Gaza more shelters, medical supplies, fuel, and heavy equipment for clearing rubble. Yeah, their key demand in recent days, according to a statement. Shortly after the announcement, Hamas spokesman confirmed to the Associated Press by phone that 3 hostages will be released on Saturday. Now, Egypt's state-run TV, which is close to the country's security services, reported that Egypt and Qatar had succeeded in resolving the dispute. The 2 Arab countries have served as key mediators with Hamas, actually helped broker the ceasefire. Egyptian media also aired footage showing trucks carrying temporary housing and bulldozers on the Egyptian side of the Rafah crossing with Gaza. They reported the trucks were headed to an Israeli inspection area before crossing into Gaza. But the truce faces a much bigger challenge in the coming weeks. The first phase is set to conclude at the beginning of March. There have not yet been substantial negotiations over phase 2, in which Hamas would release dozens of remaining hostages in return for an end to the war. Now, Trump's proposal to remove some 2 million Palestinians from Gaza to settle them in other countries has thrown the truce's future into further doubt. The plan, welcomed by Israel, but rejected by Palestinians and other Arab countries. They've refused to accept the influx of refugees. Nobody wants the Palestinians in there. Human rights groups say it could amount to a war crime under international law. What, just the threat? Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, far-right allies are already calling for a resumption of the war after phase 1, with the goal of implementing Trump's plan and annihilating Hamas. Of course, Hamas remains in control of the territory. Well, that was the goal to begin with. All right, the captives are among the only bargaining chips Hamas has left. It may be difficult to get the group to commit to further releases if they believe the war is going to resume. Trump's been he's given some mixed signals about what he wants to see in Gaza, but it is 844-844-3388. Look at there, I got a final hour coming up Friday. Happy Valentine's Day. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Inflation rose more than expected last month. January's Consumer Price Index, which measures the costs of goods and services, increased by 5% for the month. As Benji Heyer explains, it also pushed the yearly inflation rate to 3%, which was above projections.
Some goods are soaring in value. Take eggs, they're up 53% in January compared to a year ago.
The CPI jumped 4% for January, putting the yearly rate at 3.3%. The White House says it shows that the Biden administration left them a mess to deal with. The Trump administration rescinded more than $80 million in FEMA funds.
The money is granted to New York City to help with the illegal alien crisis. City Comptroller Brad Lander says his office discovered Wednesday the money, which was awarded under the Biden administration, had been clawed back.
Let's be clear. This is highway robbery. This is the federal government having already allocated, authorized, awarded, invoiced, and paid $80.5 million to the city of New York.
This after Department of Government efficiency head Elon Musk said the funds are used to house illegals in luxury hotels. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Trump administration is reportedly set to buy $400 million worth of armored Tesla vehicles.
The procurement appeared Wednesday in a State Department document and didn't specify what type of Tesla vehicle was being purchased. Tesla is owned by Elon Musk, who's been given power by President Trump to cut spending in the federal government. The State Department edited the document. It now says the federal contract is for $400 million worth of armored electric vehicles with no mention of Tesla. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
TikTok has returned to the Apple and Google app stores as of this evening. It was removed about a month ago in response to a national security law that went into effect. The app's return follows a letter from U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi stating that they would not be fined for hosting the app. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 342 points. The S&P 500 gained 63 points. The Nasdaq gained 295 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
A South Jersey community may be dealing with the bird flu outbreak after dead geese were found in 3 Monmouth County parks.
We're taking every precaution necessary to keep people safe.
Allentown Mayor Thomas Fritz says those parks are closed as officials await test results on the geese. He's urging anyone who comes across a dead bird to avoid touching it and to call authorities. There are also signs posted to stay away from the water and do not feed the geese. High grocery prices are impacting disadvantaged populations the most.
The latest Washington Food Survey conducted by the University of Washington and Washington State University finds the effect of high prices is uneven. Food insecurity was more common among households with children, larger households, lower income households, and households with Black, American, Indian, Alaska Native, and multiracial members. Cutbacks in federal programs like SNAP are making the problem worse. I'm Brad Ford.
Italian researchers say you should pet your dog before you leave the house.
Researchers at the University of Pisa in Italy found if you pet your dog one last time before racing out the door, it will reduce anxiety for your pet and you. Because petting a dog for 5 minutes lowers the stress hormone cortisol and increases oxytocin. That's the feel-good hormone. Research shows it's a win-win for all. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, one more time around on a Friday, Valentine's Day, greatest day of the week. Everything farming going on right now in Louisville. You know, last couple of years, we had been blessed during the Mid-America Truck Show to have truck and tractor pulling there, closing out the show on Saturday evening. Right now you got the big farm show that's taking place. They're entering day number 3 of 4 of the championship tractor pulls. I mean, all the best of the best. They're kicking off a new season. Won't be long. I guess we'll start getting some updates from our old pal John Dunlap with our NTPA overnight radio reports. But again, this day number 3 started up on the 12th. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Wednesday. Started Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and continuing through tomorrow. Meanwhile, it's the National Farm and Machinery Show that coincides with all the truck and tractor pulling going on there. Big show. That kicked off again on Wednesday at the exhibition for nearly 60 years. The National Farm Machinery Show has showcased the latest agriculture innovations, and what's going on right now is no exception. The show features 10 completely sold-out exhibit halls, packed with more than 800 exhibitors. They're highlighting the newest equipment for every segment of the industry. 95% of the attending exhibitors are actually returning from a previous year. At the same time, hundreds more await the opportunity for available space. This thing's always sold out. The unwavering loyalty that's driven this show's record-breaking success. Kentucky Venues, the organizer of the show, manager of the Kentucky Expo Center, expecting some 300,000 attendees across the 4 days of wall-to-wall product unveilings and demonstrations, where you snake through aisles of the 1.2 million square feet facility to get a close look at the latest farm equipment technology. With the venue as full as it can get, Kentucky Venue said, "We're excited about the show's future growth as we embark on significant expansion and renovation projects over the next several years to upgrade the Kentucky Exposition Center space, as well as the technology and service offerings, while the event continues to shape the future of the agriculture industry. It also generates a heck of an economic impact on the Commonwealth of Kentucky, cultivated an estimated $27.7 million that positively impacts local and state businesses, plus the city of Louisville sees about 90% of hotel occupancy during the show as visitors and exhibitors travel from around the globe to visit. Of course, we've got the Mid-America Truck Show coming up next month, March 27th, 28th, and 29th, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And I've often heard where, as big as that show is, as full as the venue is, those who have been to both that and the farm show said, Steve, you think this is big, man, you should see the number of people that are here for the farm show. What do we have about, somewhere between, 70, 80,000 that attend the Mid-America Truck Show over a 3-day period. 300,000 visitors over the 4 days of the farm and machinery show there. But is it Douglas?
Yes, it be me. Hey, I didn't think I'd ever agree with anything that Eagle said, but I guess maybe last week, a week before last, when he was talking about Trump was moving too fast. Well, into that story. All right, remember when Trump was running for president and he said he wasn't going to take any money, special interest money and all that stuff? Well, I guess Elon Musk has done bored him and stuff, and then the other fella just called in and talked about people who's coming to this country and stuff, trying to take advantage of America and rip us off. Well, that's exactly what Elon Musk is doing. Now, everybody's pissed off. You still there?
Oh, I'm here, Douglas. I don't know. I'm trying to
All right, okay.
trying to understand.
Right, okay.
Now, when you say everybody's pissed off, when you said everybody's pissed off, no, the Democrats are pissed off. The Democrats are pissed off because their big kitty's getting ripped. Their kitty is being taken away.
No, Steve, that's not what I'm talking about, being pissed off. All the Republicans are pissed off, and Donald Trump is pissed off because Mitch McConnell is voting against his people. Now, people, it's funny how people forget that those 3 Supreme Court justices that he appointed, if it hadn't been for Mitch McConnell, they wouldn't even be there, So that's the end of that story. All right, and one thing about the housing crisis, what Pappy was talking about, he mentioned Obama. That happened under George Bush. I mean, I wish you people get your facts straight before y'all call into a radio show.
I'm pretty sure he said that happened under, that was 2008, right? 2008, 2009.
No, it happened under George Bush.
Right, that's what I said, 2008, 2009.
All right, it's funny how all these planes will start crashing now that they fired the FFA director and stuff, I guess somebody needs to look. I mean, Trump comes into office and then hell just breaks out and stuff. He said he's going to lower the food prices. He was going to stop the war in Ukraine and stuff. Why is it that every time this man opens his mouth, it's a lie? But my main point is to get to Cash Patel. You see how he says, I don't remember. When Ronald Reagan said it late in his administration, he was telling the truth. He had Alzheimer's. But how can somebody young as Cash Patel, he can't remember anything and stuff?
Well, that's just the name of the game in D.C. You know how that works. It works both ways.
Yeah. I got to say, y'all going to reap what y'all sow.
Hey, Douglas, I mean, I think the last time we talked, if memory serves, I think you told me you'd call and apologize to me if you were incorrect. You said there is no way in hell Donald Trump is ever going to set foot back in the White House. You told me that Donald Trump, you guarantee, was going to be in jail. What the hell happened? What happened, Douglas?
Oh, well, hold up. Did you hear what Mitch McConnell said? He said the reason why we didn't impeach him, because with all the charges he had against him, I thought the court system would take care of him and stuff. So he mistook whatever they. Like I say, ain't nothing but a bunch of criminals in the doggone Trump administration. Remember all the people that went to jail under Trump while he was president? That was why he was president. It wasn't why Obama was president or why Biden was president. It happened under his administration.
I love
it. If I owe you an apology, I apologize.
Oh, Douglas, I love it when the liberals' heads continue to explode. You're right on the bandwagon. I guess, are you tuning in to get your daily dose of true news from Al Sharpton and Rachel Maddow? Where are you getting your facts from today?
You know, I watch a little bit of Fox. I watch everybody and stuff. I watch everybody. I am a news junkie, you know. My wife can't stand me. Oh, that's all you watch is the news. Same thing. I said, that's all right. I'm going to watch it.
All right. Well, Happy New Year there, Douglas.
Same to you.
And I think for all that, you know, you said we're going to reap what we sow. You know, if it becomes negative, so be it. But I think we're in store for a great America. I'm looking forward to it. And I'm loving winning. There you go. Happy New Year. All right, so back to New York. Where did we leave off that? Earlier this week, they're talking about the millions of dollars, and they're trying to say in the news that Elon Musk is stealing money from people's bank accounts. They're referencing the millions of dollars that FEMA sent about a week ago. Even after Trump had made the order that this is not to happen, the payment was not supposed to be sent out. It goes against the administration's plan to address the illegal immigration crisis. It was still sent by FEMA's, then Chief Financial Officer, Mary Comins. Kirsty Noem was revealing the money was sent to the Roosevelt Hotel, the place that had previously housed the killer of Laken Riley, when he initially arrived in New York before eventually moving to Georgia. Jose Antonio Ibarra, with connections to the Tren de Aragua gang from Venezuela. Now, that gang did not have a significant presence in the United States until the previous administration created that 4-year border crisis. To which Kirsty Noem said accountability is now back. I have clawed back the full payment of that FEMA deep state activist unilaterally gave to New York City migrant hotels. FEMA was funding the Roosevelt Hotel that serves as a Tren de Aragua base of operation, again, used to house Laken Riley's killer. Mark my words. There will not be a single penny spent that goes against the interest and safety of the American people. Of course, the Biden administration, in conjunction with New York City, were using the Roosevelt and a number of other hotels who had crossed illegally, processed and released by the Border Patrol. Many public safety issues have arisen from that, and those staying at that location, among others, throughout the city. The hotel is not even owned by an American company, which I mentioned the other night. How odd that it's administered by Pakistani International Airlines, which raises big-time red flags when you're sending millions of dollars like that. How much of that money's actually going to house? How much of that's being funneled back to the, I guess, the powers that be in Pakistan? It is 844-844-3388. Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shine Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Let's see what's going on with the blind man this Friday morning. Hey there, blind man.
Hey, Steve. Today would be Jack Benny's birthday.
Oh, yeah?
He was born on Valentine's Day.
Yes.
Okay, I had a long talk with my financial advisor. I call him my broker. And we started talking about, I said, what about the XL pipeline? He says, oh, it's already built. And I said, really? And he says, yeah. They just have to, make sure that it's ready to use. So I said, well, if I hear from another source or two, then I'll believe it for sure. And then he told me that one of my stocks is in trouble. They're paying a 10% dividend. So the first thing I asked, if they're paying such a high dividend, is what's happening on the other end? And he says nothing's coming in. So eventually that 10% is going to go away. So if you're going to buy a stock and you say, oh, wow, they're paying 14%, see if money is coming in. If it's not, then that's not going to last very long. So that's all I really had to say today. I'm doing a lot better, walking around more, and I'm starting to do a tiny bit of cooking, and I can go down in the basement now and work out on my elliptical and get my couch potato heart back into shape.
Right.
Get that heart thumping and pumping. I'm supposed to go see a cardiologist. I don't know why. Social worker's going to be coming tomorrow, and I'm probably going to go around with her. She's giving me all these lists of places or whatever. And I said, fine, let's get somebody to read them on tape for me. We'll see what happens. But anyway, yeah, I'm looking forward this Sunday. If I feel up to it, I usually talk to Eskimo Mom, Brain Dead, Big Sexy, and Pup Sunday mornings, and we have about a 2 or 3 hour conversation, and then my friend Nick joins in, or he calls in later on. And anyhow, that's all I have for today. You have a good weekend, and everybody just be safe out there.
Good to hear from you there, blind man. Thank you very much. Now, the Keystone, there were segments of the Keystone that were completed. I know they had completed that, from the big storage facility. Was it Cushing, Oklahoma? They had completed from Cushing down to the Gulf Coast, and I think the actual pipelines that ultimately then took it to the refineries and vice versa. Now, those had been online for several years. Let me try to go back up. Let's see. The part of the pipeline that was canceled Here we go. That would start from the area in Alberta, Canada, as Phase 1. The Canadian section would consist of about 327 miles of new pipeline. It would enter the U.S. at Morgan, Montana, travel through Baker, Montana, where American-produced oil would be added to the pipeline. Then it would travel through South Dakota and Nebraska, where it would join the existing Keystone pipelines at Steel City, Nebraska. That was the phase that generated all the controversy because of its routing over the sand hills in Nebraska. So back and forth they had gone, but there were, phases 1, 2, and 3 that actually are complete, and what is known as 3B, the Houston Lateral Pipeline, 47-mile, that transports crude from the pipeline in Liberty County, Texas, to the refineries and terminal in the Houston area. That was constructed from 2013 to 16 and went online in 2017. The biggest, Phase 1, runs from Hardisty, Alberta, to the junction at Steel City, Nebraska. That section involves about 537 miles of pipeline converted from the Canadian Mineral Natural Gas Pipeline and a 232-mile section of new pipeline, pump station, and terminal facilities at Hardisty, Alberta. So I think it was the junction phase where they were, that never got completed. That's what was ultimately canceled there. So, and as we shared last evening, the prospects of actually going into to finish that section. Now, nobody really seems to be interested in investing the cost. The previous investors have kind of washed their hands of it, moved on. So, but there are active sections of the Keystone Pipeline. What else we got here? 844-844-3388. Good Samaritan, several saving a man from potentially serious injuries by waking the sleeping truck driver when his rig caught fire. This was in York County, Pennsylvania. Earlier this week, according to the Union Fire Company, fire crews were called on reports of a vehicle fire at a loading dock. When crews arrived, they found a tractor-trailer was on fire, parked at one of the docks. The fire began in the engine of the tractor-trailer, spread into the trailer after the refrigeration system caught fire. Bystanders who witnessed the fire say they had to wake the sleeping truck driver who was in the sleeper berth to warn him of the blaze. He was able to escape the cab safely. Ultimately no injuries, but the semi was a complete loss there. But could have been a different outcome if there had not been some folks there noticing that blaze, waking the sleeping driver. I believe Truck and Phil's on board. Is that correct? Happy Friday. There he is. Happy Casual Friday. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Whopping 6 degrees this morning. High of only 26, down into the single digits again for the next several days, all the way through next week. 19 for a starting point, only a high of 23 in Detroit today. Speaking of Detroit, that's where I'm headed this morning. Then we'll head back to Fort Wayne. Big shout out to the Knucklebuster. Roll on. Have a great weekend. And Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Have a great weekend there, Phil. And we'll be right back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Inflation rose more than expected last month. January's Consumer Price Index, which measures the cost of goods and services, increased by 5% for the month. It also pushed the yearly inflation rate to 3%, which was above projections. The CPI jumped 4% for January, putting the yearly rate at 3.3%. The White House says it shows that the Biden administration left them a mess to deal with. The Trump administration is reportedly set to buy $400 million worth of armored Tesla vehicles.
The procurement appeared Wednesday in a State Department document and didn't specify what type of Tesla vehicle was being purchased. Tesla is owned by Elon Musk, who's been given power by President Trump to cut spending in the federal government. The State Department edited the document. It now says the federal contract is for $400 million worth of armored electric vehicles with no mention of Tesla. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, and pick it up where we left off there. See, I know Eagle had to, because he came across some blurb about a Russian drone strike on Chernobyl. And yeah, that's kind of breaking news over the last hour or so. Some of the first reports coming in. Now remember, this is first reports. With all these things that happen, Russia versus Ukraine, I don't trust any of them. Oftentimes, Russia says, no, we didn't do it. Ukraine did it to themselves to make us look bad and that sort of thing. So here's what we know. A Russian, quote, Russian drone attack has hit the radiation shelter over the damaged reactor at the Chernobyl nuclear plant, according to Vladimir Zelensky. The overnight strike hit the shelter of the plant's destroyed former fourth power unit, causing a fire that has since been extinguished. Russia has not commented. Now, Zelensky said as of Friday morning, radiation levels had not increased at the plant. The UN's nuclear watchdog, the International Atomic Energy Agency, said fire safety personnel and vehicles responded within minutes. No casualties reported. Of course, the International Atomic Energy Agency monitors nuclear safety around the world, said radiation levels inside and outside Chernobyl remain normal and stable, but we are on high alert after this incident. The general director saying there's no room for complacency. Chernobyl is the site of the world's worst nuclear accident. Catastrophic explosion that sent a plume of radioactive material into the air. In 1986, that triggered a public health emergency across Europe. Now, supposedly, Zelensky has posted some photos on X appearing to show damage to that giant shield, the dome that's made of concrete and steel that covers the remains of the reactor that lost its roof in the explosion. The shield is designed to prevent further radioactive material from leaking out over the next 100 years. It's like 900 feet wide, 354 feet tall. It cost more than $1.5 billion to construct. Now, Zelensky claims this shows that Vladimir Putin is definitely not prepared for negotiations, after President Trump said Putin had agreed to begin talks to end the war earlier this week. Zelensky said every night Russia carries out these attacks on Ukraine's infrastructure and cities, calling for unified pressure to hold Moscow accountable. Now, later today, Friday, Zelensky will be meeting with Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio for talks in Munich. Obviously, the war in Ukraine is going to be dominating the discussion. The strike at Chernobyl, after increased military activity around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant in southern Ukraine, according to the IAEA. Now, back in December, Ukraine and Russia accused each other. So there you go. I hadn't even seen this. Accused each other of launching a drone attack on a convoy of vehicles transporting International Atomic Energy Agency experts headed to that power plant, which is Europe's largest nuclear station. All right, the agency last year urged restraint when it comes to the power plant because that raises the risk of a major nuclear incident. At the time, both Russia and Ukraine traded blame over the attack. Who knows what's going on now? Zelensky's, in my mind, Zelensky's not happy about some of the comments made this week. Pete Hegseth said, you're not going to get back all the territory that Moscow has claimed thus far. You're not likely. Did he say not likely? It's not feasible that you're going to become a member of NATO. Zelensky's not happy. I would not be a bit surprised that he would like to see things ramp up here to try and garner more support. I don't know who to believe, but let's let the pieces fall in place. Who did what? We'll see what Russia comes back with. But off the top of my head, I say Putin's going to say, we didn't do that. Yeah, we're not looking to ramp things up. So, breaking news this early Friday morning. All right, Doug's on board. Let me get back to Vic. Wanted to talk a bit more about the bird flu and all that stuff.
Yeah. Hello.
Welcome back, Vic.
This is Vic.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, after I got there, I don't know who the individual was there that followed me, but he was talking about the drones flying around and everything. Actually, the bird flu, that falls into the Department of Interior because of the flyways and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And they had detected early on in the migratory flyway that there were some migratory birds that actually were in Iceland, which is that little island off Greenland. And the what's called the low pathogen influenza, avian influenza, what's called the normal bird flu, has a tendency of mutating into the highly pathogenic avian influenza that causes all the death. And they're trying to figure out the source of that. And I read up a little bit on it there, and I was interested in the vaccination schedule. And they're looking at everything from the West Nile virus and the bats that eat the West Nile virus, and because there was a strong incidence of it happening in that area. But the big thing is a lot of it happens in the migratory flyways, and I forgot the breed of duck, but there was a duck up there off that island there in Iceland. So it's an inconvenient occurrence, but that virus, it tends to harbor in the feathers of the whatever it is, birds, chickens, poultry, whatever, and it within the commercial poultry industry, both broilers and layers, they use what's called feather meal, and there's a process that they use to break down that protein, which is almost like your fingernails and stuff, to turn that into protein, and they feed a lot of that feather meal. And I don't know if years ago, whenever I used to make feed, all the chicken feed, you pelleted it first. You ran it through a pellet mill, and you put about 180 degrees steam on it, and then they'd have the pressure of the pellet die. And when it came out of the pellet, then you'd run it through another system that would make what's called as crumbles. And because you can lose a lot of just the loose feed when you're feeding chickens and everything. So I don't know if they still do all of that or not, but it's something that the big thing is they don't know why that is what is causing that the normal flu to mutate into the highly pathogen flu. And before all that came about, remember we were having the death of the songbirds. So I don't think it's any great what I want to say sabotage or malicious activity, and it's going on all around the world. The name they use for that is the epizootic. So it's EPIZOOTIC. So it's not only here in America, it's all around the world. And there are some people that, like your bakeries and stuff, they buy what's called the Chex eggs and the leakers, and they just break them, and it's even showing up in a lot of the liquid eggs and everything. So I really don't know how much that's. I haven't followed that for a long time, but I know I think the United States had some sort of an antitrust suit or something against the firm. I believe the United Egg Producers. They were the number one producer and stuff, and they were controlling the price of eggs. But by and large, this is this is an inconvenient natural occurrence, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
And it's going to take a while to get out from under it. And I looked up the vaccination schedule, and there are no vaccinations actually for the flu. It's Newcastle disease and a whole bunch of other ones. But, you know, if you want to look up the vaccination schedule, it's just goes to the Merck's veterinary manual, and let's give you the whole thing on that. But by and large, I wouldn't think anybody's deliberately spreading that. It's just natural
something that's naturally occurring over there. Viruses mutate, as we know. That's not uncommon. And we've been talking about the bird flu since, well, it's been around for years and years, but we really things got ugly in 2022, and we're seeing ebbs and flows, surges, and then peaks and valleys. All right, it's 844-3388. Well, hello, Knuckle Buster.
Thanks for taking me back, Mr. Steve Summers. Hey, did that Becky guy call in tonight? I haven't heard him in there.
He has not. I don't know if he did a 4 a.m. start or if he's out tonight or what the case might be, but no.
Oh, anyway, we'll do Becky for him. I don't know anybody named Becky, but I bet she'd look real great in one of your T-shirts there, right?
I bet.
I would hope so. Anyway, this is a store. Well, let me get my Semper Fi in the truck and field. Truck them safe up there in the frozen tundra, brother, and we'll put the spoke on you next week. Well, this is a gift that you and I would have to pass on. See? You know who? Saquon Barkley. I guess that's how you found out his name.
Yeah, right.
Played for the Philadelphia Dodo Birds. Yeah, he had a 2,100 yard season or something like that. He bought all his offensive linemen a truckload full of beer, see? But it was Bud Light.
Ah, look out.
Yeah, I don't think he has much respect for his linemen. Well, it was 90 cases of Bud Light each, holding 24 cans, and that'd be 2,160 yards. So that was his record. And then I got one for Brother Rambler here, a modern-day Jonas, see? So this kayaker gets swallowed by a humpback whale. And they caught it on film, but they didn't take him those 3 days to spit that thing out, because he spit that guy right out. That guy says, I thought I was going to die. Well, no duh. Well, anyway, yeah, some Hot Shot Secret products, some Bill products, some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products. And guess what, Steve? It's almost quitting time, buddy. Have a great, blessed day. It's been great to converse with you this week.
Thank you very much. And I saw the video of the whale. I think it was a humpback. Yeah, that came up and it actually took the entire kayak and the kayakter in his mouth, went under. You thought he's gone. About 3 seconds later, the kayak pops back up. And the kayaker is no longer in the boat, but I think it was his father that was actually behind him in another kayak that was filming. Caught the whole thing on tape, but I would thinking he thought he was a goner. Yeah, I thought it was Jonah and the whale, right? Yeah, we'll be back after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. detergents. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, so there are those kind of thinking along the same lines as myself as I was sharing the breaking story about a strike on Chernobyl, which right now they're saying that the radiation levels are stable, no leak coming from the dome there. But 5-7, good morning 5-7. Happy Valentine's Day, by the way. He said, seems like Russia's downwind. That wouldn't make any sense, would it? Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler, says, would Ukraine do something like this, blow their own stuff up to make Trump look bad? So that's exactly what I was kind of alluding to, that Zelensky's not happy that comments made earlier this week, you're not any sort of a resolution to the war, end of the war, you're not going to be a member of NATO. That's one of the things he wanted really bad. For all practical purposes, that's what got the whole damn thing started to begin with. The prospect of Ukraine becoming a NATO member, Putin said, no, that's hey, line in the sand. That's not happening. We're not having another NATO member that close to our back door, being surrounded essentially by NATO. And of course, then what else did he say? You're not going to get back all the territory. Ukraine will not be the same borders it was before this started. That's stirred up a lot of controversy. Some are saying, well, you can't award the invader, a.k.a. Russia, with any spoils of this war. You got to take it all back. So, hell, I don't know where it goes. But as I said, I don't trust any of them. Morning, Doug.
Good morning. I just want to say thank God for Donald J. Trump. Have a great day.
Well, that's short and sweet. Well, happy Friday. Happy Valentine's Day, and have a great weekend, Doug. All right, as we roll back one after another, Biden's, what was his Green New Deal, and going after everything from our sinks to our showers to our toilets. Trump is waging war against the green energy regulations on our household appliances. If you've paid attention over the 4 years under Biden, just one after another, Trump made the announcement on Truth Social earlier this week that he was instructing the Environmental Protection Agency, the new Secretary Lee Zeldin, to oversee this matter, to which he said, I am hereby instructing Secretary Lee Zeldin to immediately go back to my environmental orders, which were terminated by Crooked Joe, when it comes to water standards and flow pertaining to sinks, showers, toilets, washing machines, dishwashers, and so on, and to likewise go back to the common sense standard on light bulbs that were put in place by the Trump administration but terminated by Crooked Joe. I look forward to signing these orders. Of course, Biden imposed climate standards for a number of appliances, including gas stoves, washing machines, and dishwashers. According to Fox News, experts and manufacturers said those standards could result in higher-priced alternatives that do not work as well. But even with that being said, Joe did it anyway. July of 23, the Biden administration cracked down on water heaters, slapping them with greater efficiency standards. The following month, Biden imposed a ban on incandescent light bulbs, limiting what kinds of lighting would be available for consumers. I think Blind Man would be happy to hear that, because he talks about the interference that he gets with his equipment, his audio equipment, from some of these non-incandescent light bulbs. September of 2019, where then-President Donald Trump explained his efforts to keep incandescent light bulbs in the United States, saying they were forcing you to buy light bulbs that cost a fortune, which is true. So I signed something a couple of days ago that gives you the right to use the incandescent light, much less expensive. Then 2023, Biden proposed a rule targeting ceiling fans. And Representative Josh Breachin took up a fight against it. Biden's green energy push did not only affect household appliances. In 2022, he mistakenly announced that the nation's automakers would be poised to make all their vehicles electric by 2035, boasting that he wanted to install 500,000 charging stations around the country to encourage you to buy an electric car. Biden spoke at length about clean energy subsidies and shutting down coal-powered plants. Per the recent report, Republican lawmakers are also taking action in Congress. So not just executive order from Trump, but actually looking to make it permanent in Congress to derail Biden's green energy standards when it comes to many of those same appliances. Okay. The Green New Deal, it's all about taking disposable income from the consumers, says the two-time world champion bull hauler. All right. It is 844-844-3388. Jot that down. That'll be the number to call come the midnight hour, Sunday night into Monday morning, as we close things out here on a Friday. Happy Valentine's Day. Enjoy your weekend. Of course, a lot of folks going to be dealing with a big weekend storm, severe weather. Pay attention, our friends in the south. You're talking the possibility of long-lived tornadoes starting later this afternoon into the overnight hours as well. And hope to see you back then for, we'll kick off a brand new week, our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.